mask also, plus the surgical mask and the children's mask. So hopefully people will, feel free, because everybody needs to understand these are supposed to be disposable. They're not supposed to be worn for the next week or two.
Yep. But there's so few of them.
Well, we have, I think we now have 6,000
Wow.
available.
That through North and South?
No, that's going through the state. We buy the children's mask. We have grant money to buy the children's mask. So, and we usually buy them in clips of 1,000 to 2,000 at a time.
Good, you got them. When I traveled last November, I had to go literally like to 3 different Walmarts just to find, I got the last 2 bags. I think there were 3 apiece in these little bags in Texas. There's just nothing available.
And that's, that's why the council has supported giving this stuff out. So at least people will feel more comfortable, hopefully.
Yeah, I think we're just, I saw too that the cases are supposed to be declining in the lower 48, so hopefully the curve will be fairly short.
Well, it's like anything else. It's where the hardest hits, they're in decline now. And it's just like it works its way, it eventually, and we're seeing it, we saw 100, I forget how many today. And
120 or something, but they must be falling off pretty quick.
They're anticipating getting hammered tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because people don't test over the weekend. You come in, I came in on Friday night after being down in Anchorage, and I got tested, and I still didn't get my results until Saturday afternoon.
That's the other thing we're finding. People are saying, well, I got tested, but I don't have the results yet, so I got to stay home. And it's just, it's becoming a pretty challenge. I can see why, the airlines and the hospitals and everything is having, it's just hard. At least you ought to know some good accounting jokes in the room before, right?
What's that?
So we ought to know some good, you ought to have some good accounting jokes.
No, you would think, but I don't have any. You gotta come up
Put
with
that in the audit. Because the only one I know is what's the best way to cure an accountant's wife's insomnia?
Tell her about your day.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've heard it. Yeah, how was your day, honey?
Yeah.
Right to sleep. Gotta learn all the new terms like instead of an income statement or a balance sheet or equity, it's all got new terminology.
Yeah, government
You need to
accounting is
learn all the
different.
new GASB statements.
Yeah.
I usually really enjoy going through financial statements. Not really, because it was all so new stuff. I don't have any experience really with government stuff.
What are they up to now on GASB statement number?
Oh, probably 97 or somewhere around there.
20 years ago, I remember the big one was 45. And if I recall, that was on how you accounted for bond revenue and everything else.
You're dating yourself.
I date myself now too old.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of information. It's cool. I didn't have time to go through everything. Mark, were you good for the third number?
Yeah, I replied
Oh, did you
towards the end
reply?
of the day. Yeah, I'm good.
Were you from Anchorage, the Anchorage office?
I've lived there for 15 years now. I'm originally from Montana.
I was reading that pretty. A lot of you guys are from Montana. What's going on there?
Yeah, yeah. We just always recruited in Montana. And so,
All right.
I don't know, what is it now? 4 of our partners. Not,
Prepare them for the temperatures when they come to Alaska.
yeah, and we've always,
Wyoming.
yeah, we've always seen Anchorage is similar to like Bozeman, Montana, you know, temperature wise, winter wise. And so it's kind of an easier sell there than, you know, someplace else, which, yeah, I don't think it's vastly different, but once you've been up here for a while and you go back, you do notice, you know, your winters drag on a little bit longer up here. The
Temperatures are actually pretty similar.
yeah, the darkness isn't that much different during the winter in Anchorage as Bozeman.
Oh, God, you ran out and did that. I wasn't thinking.
Poking fun at me 'cause I'm late. I don't have your boots anymore.
What's up? No boots?
Montana.
Yeah, I just brought shoes.
Cowboy boots.
Windy snow going by.
Yeah.
So is it just my imagination or is it pretty quiet this past week? Imagine that. Must be an interesting coincidence, huh?
Yeah, times I've driven by, I've kind of been really been looking kind of to see how many people.
Because I was there to say, kind of this last week, it's been really super quiet. It literally went from kind of a crazy, lots of noise, lots of stuff, to almost like nothing overnight. Yeah, it's just weird. Must be a coincidence. Must be the weather, I'm sure.
Maybe it's drifting so much that you look back that.
I was being sarcastic, Mark.
I know, but no. But if you look at where you can walk, it's really drifted over there.
I know, I came over here and, yeah, I wish I would have put on my boots or something.
But we should just a whole bunch of snow over there.
Right?
Fill it.
Yeah, I forgot, so, now that we got this fresh snow, I've kind of forgotten about the ice layer.
Mhm.
Underneath. I was reminded this weekend.
Oh, you were,
Working around my house, yeah. Found a nice icy patch.
broke my ankle pretty good about 6 or 7 years ago that way. And every time it's really icy, I kind of crawl along. Basically, I slipped and sat down on my ankle and I fell down. And I looked down there and said, "Oh,
You broke it.
that's not going to be very good."
I remember you walking around in it.
That was a while ago.
Like 5 or 6 years ago.
Never completely healed now when you break your stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So do you walk with
So when it's weather, what happens is when the weather, the old thing when the weather comes on, you can feel the weather in your.
Like can you tell when it's gonna rain or?
I don't know if I can tell. I don't pay attention enough other than know there's a change in pressure. When there's a change in pressure.
My leg hurts.
It's actually gotten better over the years, but it's still there. I'll go away. What makes me more cautious? You guys dig in?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Reward for showing up. Okay, we have pepperoni
And pepperoni and cheese.
cheese.
Stand by. Thank you.
So we've got everybody that's going to be here for this part of the meeting at least.
And Adam's on the phone, Megan's on the phone, so we're not, do you need it, or do you need it?
You don't need that.
No, Dubs is tied up in another meeting. And John is also tied up.
Senior council member, you're gonna call the meeting to order?
Work session.
It's a work session. All right,
Plum
so
gonna get
it's-
it going.
are we ready?
Yeah.
Oh,
We don't take work sessions.
right, but I mean,
We're
okay.
ready.
You can still be in charge if you want to.
All right, cool. I need a gavel. No. All right, so we'll start the work session at 5:50. Turn it over to city manager.
Okay, we have a representative from Altman is here to do the presentation. And Nikki, I'm gonna this is Nikki's project. I'm gonna turn it over to Nikki and she can just go over the audit. And Don will give you the more in-depth.
I might be early, but what time is the meeting?
This is a
7
work,
o'clock.
7 o'clock, and this is a work session on the audit, yes.
Sorry?
This is a work session on the audit, which you're allowed to come and attend, and the regular meeting starts at 7.
Okay, and specifically the Centurion hearing, it will be after 7?
7:10, 7:15 or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the field work for the audit this year took place the first week in November with Don and his team. And the audit is a team process. The city clerk's office, court office, and finance office were directly involved. And it went fairly well. I'm gonna turn it over to Don to let him go over the results of the audit.
Okay, sit right here. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go over sort of the things that us as auditors are responsible for. So the first thing I want to go over is the letter to the governing board. And so that's gonna be the small one, the 5 or 6 page one. And this really kind of tells you the results of the audit. If there's any issues, things that we wanted to tell the council about, it'd probably be in this letter, along with any internal control issues that we consider control deficiencies we put in this letter. If they rose to material weakness or significant deficiency, we'd see those in your audit report. So, letter to the governing board. So the first paragraph just kind of talks about what we audited. The next paragraph is any significant accounting changes. And so within these financial statements that we're going to be looking at, we implemented GASB 84 and 97, which deals with fiduciary funds. And so in the past, we used to have the 457 plan as a fiduciary fund within your financial statements. And with the implementation of 84 and 97, it is no longer part of the financial statements. So that 457 plan that was once reported as a fiduciary fund in previous year's financial statements is not in the current financial statements based on the new GASBs. Accounting estimates, we always have to go over the accounting estimates that we review as part of our audit approach. So we always look at the collectability of your guys' accounts receivable. So what you're gonna get after your end, that's an estimate. And so you make sure that the allowance for doubtful account is reasonable based on what we think you're going to collect. We look at the useful lives used to calculate depreciation expense. So we make sure that depreciation expense on an annual basis appears reasonable. We make sure that there's no impaired assets or that the individual lives are too great for really what an asset will live to. There's an estimate of your pension and Opeb liabilities. And that information comes from the audit from the state. KPMG does the audit of the state. We get those audits, we go through, and we'll find your city of Nome, and we'll go through and calculate your deferred inflows, outflows, your net pension liabilities or assets. And you'll see all that stuff in your footnotes and how it rolls into your government-wide financial statements. Also, the closures of your landfill, that's an estimate. You make those changes on an annual basis. There's no financial statement disclosures that I thought I should highlight within the letter of governing board. I thought they all were pretty neutral, clear, and concise. There was no difficulties encountered in performing the audit. The staff here works very well with us. They're easy to deal with, and they answer our requests immediately. So audit goes very well when we do audit in the city of Nome. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So if there is something within the audit that we determined wasn't material, but was big enough that we should let the council know about it, it would be in this letter. So, as you can see, there's nothing here, but there could have been an instance of where management's like, no, we don't want to make that adjustment. And we're like, well, we at least have to let the council know. But there was nothing. There was no disagreements with management that we needed to report. Management's representation letter. So after the audit is complete and everything's finalized, management will sign a representation letter, kind of just going over what they gave us and that we had access to all the information that we needed access to. There were no consultations with other independent auditors. Internal control matters. Internal control matters come into 3 different types. There's control deficiencies, significant deficiencies, and material weaknesses. And so if there was a control deficiency, we'd probably put it in this section of your letter to governing board. But like I said, if there's a material weakness or significant deficiency, we have to report that within your financial statements. We're required to under the gas and uniform guidance. Accounting assistance. Does anyone care if I take my mask off? Not bother anyone? No, thank you. Get claustrophobic in there. Let's see here. So accounting assistance, we have to tell you that we assisted with the preparation of the financial statements, but management is ultimately responsible for the preparation of those financial statements. And so Nikki does go in great detail of reviewing those financial statements. She sends over any questions and comments that she has. So she does do a thorough job when she's going through those. I'm not sure how much involvement anyone else has, or Glenn, I don't know if you're reviewing those financial statements. I'm sure you do, and give
Well,
your input.
I give Nikki my opinion, then she says I need to talk with Don to see if it's correct.
But anyway, we get good comments when they come back to us of, things that didn't quite match up, things that need to be fixed. And we can also have a meeting of the minds and make sure that we're getting everything the way it should be. Other matters, supplementary information. So there is RSI within these financial statements. So that's management discussion analysis, which we'll take a look at. That's any budget to actual schedules. It's the contribution reports for your PERS. And that is not, we do not put an opinion on that information. It is part of our audit. We make sure that the information reconciles back and forth with the financial statements and the general ledger, but there's no opinion actually put on RSI. And I'll show you guys what RSI is when we get to the financial statements. Now, the supplementary information, we do put in relation to opinion on that information because that's where your federal schedule of expenditures are. And that is part of your uniform guidance audit, and we're required, or you guys are required, to have in relation to opinion on that schedule. So we just put in relation to opinion on all of your supplementary information. There was no major issues discussed prior to retention. So that's kind of the summary of your letter of governing board. And as you can see, it's pretty straightforward. There's not any issues that we thought needed to be put in this letter and disclosed to you guys. So the next item I want to go over is the financial statements, and that's the big thick one. And so what I will start with, I'll just go over our opinions. So we got 3 opinions in here. And I'll go over those real quick, and then we can kind of hit some financial highlights after that.
Can I get you to do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, let us know what page you're on.
Okay.
So
So
we
now for on the big thick one, we're going to be on page 1.
Page 146.
146.
Packet page.
All right. So we'll kind of go through what our audit opinion is and what we do. So first paragraph discusses what we audited. We've audited the company financial statements of the government activities, the business activities, the Nome Public Schools discretely presented component unit, each major fund, and aggregate remaining fund information. At the very last sentence, you should note that we did not audit the financial statements of Nome Joint Utility, that which is a discretely presented component unit that was audited by other auditors who furnished their report to us. And as you'll see, there is a column for Nome Joint Utility because they're a component unit of the city of Nome.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
I assume there's 2 ways, sort of back and forth. I'm just curious, why do we do that? Why is NJU reported separately, or at least I understand they have their own separate funds, like with Nome Public Schools, they're a separate fund, but they're included in this audit. And it sounds like, I think I read somewhere they have a different FYE, different fiscal year end.
Nome Joint Utility does, yes.
And is that why they're not audited, or what's sort of the? it just seems a little unusual.
They have to be audited in order to be presented in the financial statements. So whether they get audited separately or part of this entire engagement, it doesn't really matter how you do it, but they have to have an audit because they are part of the entire reporting entity. So
I understand. But why are they audited differently? I guess that's the question.
what do you mean audited differently? By a different firm?
Yeah. Why aren't they included in this audit?
It's choice. They've just been with BDO forever.
We can't tell them who they choose as an auditor.
I'm not saying why we should, I'm just wondering why.
Well, I think we do the school district, but it's not included technically in our report, right?
It is included in the report. It's another component unit. And yes, the school district has a separate report, which is required by the Department of Education. And also they have a federal and state single audit, which has got to be presented separately as well. So does the school district have to be audited by Altman Rogers? No. I mean, BDO, I think, audited them for several years before we did it. And then they just furnished the financial statements. And the only places you see those two entities is on your government-wide financial statements, which is A1 and B1. So they each have their own column on those two statements. And they're just separate entities that are included in the entire reporting entity of the city of Nome.
So it's probably, I mean, and John's probably got a lot more historical experience or knowledge about why it is, but I was just curious.
Yeah, it's just a choice.
Ken probably doesn't want it. I was just curious, that's all.
It would be a challenge to link ours just because all by ourselves, we frequently are lagging. We would slow the city at times.
So probably different accounting systems and just sort of just a lot of difference. It'd be tough to link them up.
Different.
They are on a
fiscal year.
calendar year.
They're on a
Or
calendar
if it's a
year.
different fiscal year end, Jim.
That would be.
I'm just curious. Sorry, didn't mean to slow you up.
Oh, not a problem. Let's see here. Next section, next paragraph is management's responsibility. Obviously, management is responsible for the fair presentation of the financial statements. They're also responsible for the implementation and design of the internal controls over financial reporting. So a big part of what we do as auditors is evaluate the controls of the entity. We test controls for major classes of transactions, which are your cash disbursements, your payroll, court billings, cash receipts, sales taxes, property taxes. We also look at material transactions. I think we chose like $70,000 as the material amount. So any transaction over that amount, we reviewed to make sure that the financial statements would not be materially misstated by one individual transaction. Our responsibility as auditors, obviously our responsibility is to express opinions on the financial statements. This paragraph also states that we did not audit Gnome Joint Utilities as we discussed, which represents 42, 43, and 26% of the assets, net position, and revenues respectively. That just kind of shows how big they are. We do follow government auditing standards when we do an audit, for the reason that you guys have to have a uniform guidance audit, so we have to follow government auditing standards, which the key part of government auditing standards is evaluating the control of the entity. An audit involves procedures to obtain audit evidence about the amounts and disclosures of your financial statements. The procedures we select depend on our judgment and the risk assessments that we do. So we go through and do a risk assessment of the city of Nome to determine where we're going to concentrate our audit approach. And like I said, we consider the internal controls relevant to the preparation of the financial statements when we're determining our audit procedures. We also evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies, and like I said before, we evaluate the estimates that are used for financial statement reporting. On page 2, this is where our audit opinion is. This is what most people want to know. What is the opinion over the financial statements? So it's an unmodified opinion, which means there's no material errors that we are aware of within these financial statements. So in our opinion, based on the audit and the report of others, BDO gave us a report for Gnome Joint Utility, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects, the respective financial position, respective changes in financial position, and cash flows. So that's the audit opinion that everyone's looking for when they get an audit of their financial statements. We added a paragraph in here for change in accounting principles. This is where we did GASB 84 and 97, where we removed the 457 plan from the financial statements. The required supplementary information, we kind of talked about this, but management discussion analysis, budgetary comparison schedules, schedules of share of net pension and Opeb liabilities and assets and contributions are all RSI. So that information, although not part of the basic financial statements, is required by the governmental accounting standard boards. We and other auditors have applied certain limited procedures on this required information, which consisted of inquiries, methods of preparing the information, comparing the information with for consistency with management's responses, and the basic financial statements. On page 3, this is where our other information paragraph is for the audit opinion. And as you will see down in the second paragraph, at the very last sentence, in our opinion, the supplementary information is fairly stated in all material respects in relation to the basic financial statements as a whole. So we're not aware of any material errors within the supplementary information. And because we followed government auditing standards, there's one additional paragraph in here that we consider the internal controls over financial reporting and our test of compliance when we determined our audit approach. And so there's a totally separate letter for government auditing standards, and that is on page that's in the back. So we'll flip to the back and go through those 2 letters, and then we can go through some of the financial statement stuff. So this is going to be our compliance section, and it's on page 72. All right, this is our report on internal control of financial reporting and non-compliance with other matters based on the audit of the financial statements. So once again, the first paragraph kind of discusses what we did for audit purposes, what we audited, and then it talks about how we didn't audit Gnome joint utilities again. And it also discusses the report does not include the results of other auditors' testing of internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. We do look at the audit report that were furnished for Gnome joint utilities, and we didn't notice anything within those statements. They got an unmodified opinion. There was nothing that we were aware of for internal control issues within those financial statements. Internal control over financial reporting. So, like I said before, in planning for the financial statement audit, we consider their internal controls for the basis of the audit procedures. And the very last paragraph talks about the deficiencies in internal controls, material weakness, and a significant deficiency. So material weakness is really if we had to do a material journal entry when we were doing the audit, we found something wrong that we required the City of Nome to post material journal entry. That would mean there's probably some material issue, material weakness within those internal controls, and we report it in this section. A significant deficiency is really just anything that we think the board needs to be aware of. So we might have been testing controls over cash disbursements and noticed that several of the disbursements weren't being properly authorized. So we'd let you guys know that. You don't ever make a material error within your financial statements? Probably not, but it could at some point. So it's best to address those issues early on. On page 73, this paragraph just says we didn't find any material weaknesses in the internal controls or financial reporting. The next section, compliance and other matters, this is where we report any fraud or abuse that we found or any material non-compliance that was material to the financial statements. So if we saw that you were spending a grant 100% incorrectly and you had $1 million of unallowed costs, we would report that in this section. But as you can see, the very last sentence is said, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. All right, this is our last letter. This is your uniform guidance letter. This is the letter for your single audit. And as you can see, these letters start out the same pretty much in all of them. We talk about what we reported on or what we audited. We have audited City of Nome's compliance with types of compliance requirements that could have a direct and material effect on each of Nome's major federal programs. The next paragraph also discussed Nome Public Schools had $2.2 million of federal funds for federal expenditures. You will not see the $2.2 million on City of Nome's federal schedule. We exclude that because they had their own audit. Nome Joint Utilities, and maybe you guys know this, right now we have $0 in federal funds for Nome Joint Utility. I don't know if that's true. It's a highlighted number, but I'll let Nikki tell you unless you guys know off the top of your head. That needs to be changed. Let's see here. And if they did have any federal funds, it would not be included on their federal schedule, on City of Nome's federal schedule. Management's responsibility. Management is responsible for compliance with the requirements, of course. And of course, the auditor's job is to put an opinion on compliance. So page 75, this is where our opinion is. And once again, it's unmodified opinion, which means there's no material non-compliance within these financial statements that we're aware of. So in our opinion, City of Nome complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements that could have a direct and material effect on each of its major federal programs. And the next section is very similar to the gas letter where we report on internal controls over compliance. So the gas letter talks about internal controls over financial reporting. This letter talks about internal controls over compliance. So like I said, we test transactions for financial statement reporting, CD payroll. We also pull additional samples for any major compliance programs we do because we've got to test the controls over that compliance program. They have the same terminology, they got a deficiency in internal controls over compliance instead of financial reporting, a material weakness in internal controls over compliance instead of financial reporting, and same with significant deficiencies. And so the last paragraph says we did not find any material weaknesses. And let's see here. Yeah, just says we didn't find any material weaknesses. We can't say we didn't find any significant deficiencies because as auditors, we audit to the level of material weakness or material noncompliance. But if we did find a significant deficiency, it would have been reported right here in this section. On page 76, this is kind of just a quick reference that you can come to kind of look at everything we just discussed. It's a one-page thing, and this kind of gives you all the information you need to know. The first section is financial statements. Type of auditor report issued, unmodified. Was there a going concern issue? No. Were there any internal control over financial reporting material weaknesses or significant deficiencies? No. Was there non-compliance material to the financial statements? No. Now the next section is federal awards. Was there any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies? No. Any material non-compliance? No. Type of auditor report over the major compliance program was unmodified. Any findings that were question costs? No. The audit program that we audited was your COVID-19 Coronavirus Relief Fund. The ALN number was 2119. The difference between type A programs and type P programs is $750,000. So any program over $750,000 or $750,000 or more is a type A program. Anything under is a type B program. And that is just the only significance of that. That's how you determine what you're going to audit, is by looking at A and B programs. The new compliance supplement came out, I think in August, something like that. And they are making the coronavirus program high risk no matter what. So normally when you have an A program, if you've audited in the last 2 years and there's no findings, it can be a low risk A. But the new compliance supplement, the way it came out, it can't be a low risk A. It's got to be high risk. I think we audited this in the previous year, so I think we were considering it a low risk A when we did the audit. And so we did an extra program, which was a high risk B, because if you got a low risk A, you're required to do a high risk B. And then when the new compliance supplement came out, we determined that we did one extra program because this is considered a high risk A program. So now we can go back to page 4. So are there any questions over what we did, what the auditor's letters mean, what the letter of governing board means? Okay. So I'm going to just go through these financial statements. So page 4 through 15 is the management discussion and analysis. So Nikki is the one who puts this together. And is what this information does is it kind of goes through and talk about changes from previous year. It talks about what your net position's looking like, talks about future budgets, capital expenditures, long-term debt. So it's helpful information. Everyone should take some time and read through the management discussion analysis. I mean, Nikki puts a lot of time into this part of the report, and there is useful information in there. Page 16 and 17. So these are your government-wide financial statements. These are full accrual financial statements, which we'll get to the modified accrual ones here in a minute. So we got a column for government activities, which essentially is your general fund, all your special revenue funds, debt service fund, any capital project funds. That's essentially what's in this column. Then you got your business type activities. That's your port fund, and then I think Fund 85 has some capital projects that's rolled into the port fund. So that's essentially business type activities. And then as you can see, it's totaled, and you have your Nome Public Schools and your Nome Joint Utilities. Those are your component units. We audit Nome Public Schools, and I believe BDO audits Nome Joint Utility. So these financial statements, as you'll see, they have capital assets on there because they're on full accrual basis. They have all your pension assets or liabilities. They have deferred charges on here. You'll see the long-term debt, your net pension Opeb liabilities, and then very down at the bottom is your net position. So the city of Nome had $96.3 million that exceeded its liabilities and deferred outflows or deferred inflows.
That's basically the net worth.
Yep. Mm-hmm. On page 17, this is your statement of activities. In the statement of activities, it's kind of an odd format in my opinion, but the first column is your expenses. So the total expenses for government activities was $22.7 million. The port had $3.2 million, and then right below that, you'll see primary government. So the primary government is your business type activities and your governmental type activities of $26 million, and then that's your component units. The revenues are broken out between program revenues and general revenues. So under program revenues, you have charges for services, operating grants and contributions, capital grants and contributions. And then if you come down toward the bottom, you'll see a line that says general revenue, which you'll have your taxes in there, fine and forfeitures, grants, contributions not restricted to a specific program. And so you had total general revenues of $11.8 million. And so a net change for governmental activities of $4.6 million, and for business activities, $374,000. And so we'll go look at the reconciliations between your fund financials and your government-wide, and that'll explain what these changes are. Because when you look at your fund financials, there's a positive change in fund balance as opposed to a negative. Really what drives that is your change in your pension liabilities, your change in liabilities, your change in acquiring capital assets, any revenue collected after 60 days, your tax levies. So there's several things that affect how that number is reported. So on page 18, so 18 to 24, this is your fund financial statements. And when people are looking at a governmental, this is usually what they care about, is what's in their fund financial statements. I'm not saying that the government-wide information has no value, but normally like the business managers, the finance managers, people on the council, these are the hard numbers that they're usually looking at. So the first one is your balance sheet, and it's split up between major funds and then other funds. Other funds are ones that are not considered major. So City of Nome has two major funds, the general fund and the CARES Act Special Revenue Fund, and then all the other funds that you'll see in the supplementary schedule are combined into this other governmental funds. So usually the important items is what's in fund balance. Fund balance, and you'll see in the footnotes, is split into, 5 areas: non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. And usually what people want to know is what is your unassigned fund balance? How much do we have available for future operations? And as you can see on this, you have $9.9 million for future operations. Now, there's something to look at when you're looking at these numbers. You know, if you got future projects coming, you might want to assign some of that fund balance, because this $9.9 million could be deceiving. If you got future projects down the road that you know you have to do, you probably should assign a portion of that fund balance to whatever those projects may be. So the 9.9 could be deceiving because everyone looks at it and says, oh, we got this money to spend, which might not be true.
Can I ask a question? When do we typically assign those? Is that sort of the CFOs or the finance director
Yeah,
sort of discretion? Is there?
it's usually their discretion, but usually it's discussed amongst you guys to say, we're gonna give you the authority to assign this to this project or whatever. And usually they figure it out and be like, all right, so we have to replace this roof and it's gonna cost us $1 million. And so they probably should assign that fund balance. So when you guys are looking at these numbers and you're looking at what's unassigned, it's not confusing you as, all right, we have 9.9 million, when you might not, because you got all these other projects coming down the road. So usually that's something the council gives the city manager that authority to determine what needs to be
So
assigned
it's
for
typically
future
based on
projects.
like an ordinance or a resolution or something when we actually.
You have to approve it. You have to approve
And
it.
at that point, then it goes into one of the other funds.
Possibly during the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, you assigned a portion of your surplus to that year budget you were working on and were getting ready to adopt.
All right. Page 20, this is your statement of revenues and expenditures and changes in fund balance. So the general fund had $13.1 million of revenue. The CARES Act Special Revenue Fund had 4.6. The CARES Act Special Revenue Fund is a cost reimbursable driven special revenue fund. So as it incurs expenditures, that's when we incur the revenue. And then you got an AR, deferred revenue, unearned revenue, based on that calculation, based on your cash receipts. So let's see here. Before transfers, the general fund had $1.7 million an increase in fund balance, and then dropped down to other financing sources, and they transferred out $768,000. So their net change in fund balance after transfers was just a little over $1 million. As you can see, for the CARES Act fund, there was no change in fund balance. There is no fund balance because it's cost reimbursable driven. Revenues only recognized as expenditures incur. Other governmental funds, it had a loss of $350,000 in fund balance. So it went from 2.4 million to 2.1, and those are all the special revenue funds in the back. Page. Ooh, did I skip a page? Yeah, I must have skipped a page, or I had my stuff out of order, actually, is what happened. Page 19, sorry, this is the page I skipped. Page 19, so this is the reconciliation between what's on your fund financial statements and what's on your government-wide financial statements. So as you can see here, the liabilities are taken away from net position or fund balance, and this is where you got your PERS, pension liability, you've got your Opeb assets, you've got your deferred inflows and outflows. So these are all reconciling items that go from your fund financials to your government wide. There's your capital asset number. You got $49.5 million of capital assets, 5.4 in pension liabilities, deferred inflows and outflows of 481,000. And then down at the bottom is where your long-term liabilities for compensated absences, general obligation bonds, premium on general obligation bonds. Your landfill loan is 0 this year. And then your post-closure cost for the landfill. So that's how we get from your fund financials, which don't have this information in the fund financials, to your government-wide for the full accrual. So that's from modified to full accrual. I've already went over D1 on page 20. So D2, these are your changes. So these are what goes on your statement of activities. So every change you see on this D2 schedule is incorporated in B1. And so if you guys ever wanted to see them, we got these big long schedules that show how we get from the fund financial statements to the government-wide financial statements and how all that stuff's allocated. It's kind of interesting, I guess. They're very in-depth schedules, but it just shows you how you get to those numbers. Now on page 22, 23, and 24, this is your port facility enterprise fund. And these are presented on the full accrual. So these are just like your government-wide financial statements. They'll have the long-term assets, the long-term liabilities on them. So the port fund has a negative unrestricted net position of 947,000. On page 23, this is your statement of revenues and expenses and changes in the position. There was operating revenue of 1.8. There was operating expenses including or excluding depreciation of 893,000, but then you got 2.2 thousand of depreciation expense. So a big portion of the loss that is produced at port facility is due to the depreciation expense, non-cash expense.
So NOAA payments.
NOAA.
Bond payments, doesn't that come from the port?
Is causeway improvements, as I recall, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, for a number of years, the city was looking to get them forgiven.
Right.
And then we started paying for them.
But those aren't included in here, or maybe they are, I don't know.
Non-current liabilities bonds payable 3.4 million, is it in there? On the balance sheet on 22?
Well, it's in the port facility enterprise fund.
Yeah, it's gotta probably
It's
be
on the balance sheet in the port.
non-current liability.
Oh, okay, because, so there's no payments currently due.
Yeah, you got
No, it's just that it's due more, longer than a year.
Current portion long term.
current portion.
Yeah, bond port, or current portion, 144 grand a year.
Yeah, and the non-current's 3.4.
Oh, it is in there, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, seems like the port did really, really well
Yep.
in 2021. This is only half, revenues are twice of the expenses.
Well, and those rate increases. I will say, and Nikki will, because this will come up later, the port, we are even with the port. Port does not owe the general fund at this time
Going
anymore.
back. As of 6/30, June 30th.
No,
No,
as of now.
as of now.
Oh, yeah. But as of June 30th, they still had it. And
Because they have a, as you well know, that their year is weird too.
Yeah, as of 6:30, the general fund, 821,000.
I was teasing Glenn a little bit.
I know what he was teasing me about. Go home and take my painkiller medicine. I don't care whatever you say.
All right, so page 24, this is the cash flow statement. It really just shows you the in and outs of your cash. So net cash provided by operating activities was 1.3 million. Cash flows provided by non-capital financing was 914,000. Cash provided or used, I guess it should have been used, for financing activities was 903,000. And for investing activities, there was 28,000. So there's a change in cash of a decrease of 401,000. So the cash in the enterprise fund is 1.8 million this year. So page 25 through, let's see here. Through 56, these are your footnotes to your financial statements. Really, these are just additional disclosures to explain some of the numbers within the financial statements. I'm not going to go through every single footnote. Most of it's fairly similar to last year. Like on page 27, for example, there might be new major funds that we have to discuss. One thing you might notice, like I mentioned several times already, is we took out that fiduciary fund, so there's no longer cash footnote that reconciled the fiduciary investment with the general fund and general activities investments. Let's see here. Page 31, this is where it discusses your fund balances. So it goes through each one of the 5 different fund balances and kind of tells you what each one is. So, like for example, if you wanted to commit a portion of fund balance, that's usually done by the city council. If you wanted to give management the choice on how to allocate fund balance, that would be assigned fund balance. So, and usually the order of spending depends on, you usually spend restricted fund balance before unrestricted fund balance. see, page 32. Page 37 and 38, these are good schedules to take a look at. They're detailed schedules of your capital assets. So all this information will tie up to your government-wide, but you can look and see all your additions. What additions did you have? What decreases did you have? The amount of depreciation that was taken, which was 2.7 million. Page 38 is your detailed schedule for the business type activities. Once again, in governmental financial statements, you have the columns that show you your increases and decreases based on capital assets being depreciated and the accumulated depreciation per those type of assets. On page 39, this is the allocation of depreciation by function. So when we go through and do the reconciliation between your fund financials and your government-wide, we go through and actually allocate depreciation to each one of those cost functions on B1. Number 6, this is your long-term debt footnote. It shows you what your compensated absences are, your general obligation bonds, what your premium is. The landfill loan has been paid off. Your
Compensated absences are accrued leave,
yeah,
accrued personal leave.
yeah, correct. And then down below is your business activities, which shows your revenue bonds and also the pension portion that gets allocated to the port fund.
So could you understand, in as much as possible layman's terms, sort of this net pension and Opeb liability, I understand what it is, but what causes it to increase? Like obviously it's increasing.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked, it actually increased significantly in like from the last 5 years, quite a bit. What drives that, or what would cause that to increase?
Return on their investments.
Are we not keeping up with the obligations, or, I mean,
Well, you have, I think, 3 or 4 pension funds that we're operating with here right now. We have PERS 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4, it doesn't cost you anything because the assets belongs to the employees and to the cities. It's the old ones where there is a defined benefit. And I don't know what they were getting on their return for investments or anything like that. That in other municipalities I worked with, they typically said, oh, okay, we're going to get a return every year of 7.5.
whatever the projections are, the investment return projections, sure.
And then they really were getting a return of about 3.
So that's sort of catching up with the actuarial assumptions in reality.
And most of the cities don't want to lower their assumption because all of a sudden that's going to catapult what the municipality has to put into their defined pension plan. But this is more related to the older plans than the new plans. And I think, I'm looking at Brian because he's been here longer. I would guess about at least half of our employees are in the 4.
Yeah, most of them are in 4, I would say.
4.
Now, we have a couple of employees that are retiring and they have, and as you may recall, we've discussed here, that is part of the problem why city jobs are not as attractive anymore.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
Because of the change of the
That's
pension
huge.
plan.
That's a huge issue. No, I was just curious kind of what triggers the increase versus the decrease, or as we get farther along and we get closer to the folks that are in 4, will we start to see that decrease or not, at least not increase?
As the people unfortunately pass away in the legacy plans, then you'll see that number either come true that they're going to have to put all this money into the pension plan, or maybe there was too much money contributed into the pension plan.
I was thinking about as people get closer to retirement, but
Well,
is that so? As people when they retire, then that increases.
not on 4 because
Not on 4, but for the earlier ones.
for the earlier ones, it is, first of all, people are living longer than assumed in the actuarial studies years ago.
Those are adjusted.
Municipalities and states were not addressing realistic rates of investment. So,
Actual pension liability versus
yeah,
projected.
the legacy, all the chickens are coming home to roost.
And this is all driven a lot by state numbers, right? State audits and state projections. It's really nothing we're doing. It's just, we're taking those numbers and applying them to our own.
We're in the state plan,
No, it's-
just like we're in the state medical plan.
Right.
But that liability doesn't necessarily correlate with people retiring, because it's recognized throughout the time when they're employed, correct?
No, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Right.
I got another question. Are we going to page 40 next?
More coffee?
Sure.
All right, and I don't mean to, this is really good. I wish we actually had more time because it's good for me. The bond payments, this is the NOAA, the port facility. I'm just curious, I should probably know this. What is that? What was that for? Was that for improvements that we made? Was that for the causeway? I've heard it talked about a lot, but.
As I remember, it was for the causeway, and it was part of a economic development that never happened.
That's Joy.
And yeah, Joy would, if she's not,
Nikki will know.
Nikki might know a little bit more, but
Yes, I'm here.
Joy, you want to talk about your NOAA bond?
Certainly, yes, that was for the causeway, and it was the NOAA CEP bond that the government had made available based on the offshore offshore leases that they said that were going to develop and bring an excessive amount of activity in the area, and it didn't happen. We argued through the attorneys for, 4 years, maybe 3-4 years, and we were given a 10-year moratorium. We began the arguments again after that, and we lost. So we're paying the note, and Nikki can confirm, but I think our payments go through up to 2035. That year, 2035.
339.
2039.
No.
I mean,
But, so
Okay.
so the city borrowed money to build the causeway in part.
for economic activity.
And those economic activities never materialized. And because those never materialized due to conditions written into the bond, somebody's got to pay that back. If it doesn't come back from economic activity, it comes from somewhere else, and we are the somewhere else. Is that a fair, accurate way to characterize that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
just so you know, I do raise it periodically,
Mhm.
especially when I hear the federal government wiping off expenses with our lobbyists to see if they would be willing to explore this issue again, because I forget, doesn't this bond outlast the life of the facility itself?
Good point.
Maybe with the 10-year moratorium added in there.
You know, I think the life of
I
the
don't know.
facility is, for some reason, I thought I saw 40 years and this bond.
50
The
years.
depreciation
50 years.
schedule. Okay. No, that makes sense.
And that wasn't the recent Shell, that was the gas.
I understand that. The Norton
Yeah.
Basin Oil and Gas.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, good point. Thank you.
All right, page 41, it has your bond tables for future minimum payments.
Can I ask another question?
Mhm.
It looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but there were two bond issuances for the schools. One was one was like in 2011 or 2009, the other one was 2015. Does that sound right?
It's 2012.
2012,
Yeah, and I know some of the ones, at least the current ones, were refinances or to consolidate some of the debt. Just curious, the one in 2012 looks like it was for 1.18 million, and the one in 2015 was 750,000. What were those for? Anybody know? I'm just curious. Were they for replacing the swimming pool or?
No, swimming pool,
No, I was just throwing it as an example. I'm just curious. if anybody knows. I
don't remember. whether the bond money paid for the general bathroom improvements recently. There was money left over, I forget. I don't have an answer for
Okay, no, I'm just curious. Not a huge issue.
Maybe Nikki knows? I don't know. Nikki knows, but.
I was gonna go back to the resolution. I thought one of them at one point was part of a roof repair some time ago, but I really would have to look back at those expenses too long.
I think that might be the $750,000 one.
The roof, that sounds familiar.
That's a good question for the school district when they come forward with
Yeah, just
their
curious.
financial statements too.
So we're the city's responsible for made capital repairs and expenditures for the schools? Is that,
Well, that's an interesting discussion.
I mean, I don't mean to.
No, I mean, because the question is that the position of the city is we own their buildings.
We're a landlord essentially.
But they're doing repairs and they use the same engineer that we do. So yes, I am looped into the discussions of what they're doing, the roof repairs, the recent bathroom expansion, and I'm trying to think what else that they've done up there. And, so.
So it's the city's responsibility to go out and basically bond it if necessary
Well, we
to do it.
we back the bond.
Yep.
It's our faith and credit, essentially.
Those are geo bonds, right?
Right. These are not revenue bonds.
We're going to put a revenue bond on the school, I suppose. Makes sense. Sorry.
All right. So page 42. This shows you your interfund receivables and payables and any transfers for interfunds. The next several pages is the long footnotes for your employee retirement systems and plans. So this is the footnote for PERS. And the number information is on page 50. This is where you'll see the city's share of net pension liability, the city's share of Opeb, of the different Opeb liabilities. Page 51. This is where it shows your deferred outflows and inflows for the different types for pension and Opeb. Let's see here. Page 54, this shows you some of the new subsequent accounting pronouncements that are coming down the pipeline. The big one is the one for leases. Let's see here. Page 56, this is where we discuss our change in accounting principles. Like I said before, we implemented GASB 84 and 97. There was no change to the beginning fund balance because it was reported as a fiduciary fund, which just gets removed from the financial statements. Now we're to your supplementary information. So page 57 and 58, for every major fund, you should show a budget to actual in your RSI for those funds. So the general fund has a budget to actual report. So it looks like for total revenues, you guys were up over budget, 188,000. For expenditures, you guys came in under budget of 710,000. And for a total net change in fund balance of a little bit over $1 million.
Just looking at the big variance, usage fees, big variance. Looking at page 57 on the
Page 57.
financials, 205 in
I
the.
got someone who was texting me on something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just curious about that. Again, I was just looking for a big variance. And in this, looking at the general fund, obviously a little higher on sales tax, but my question on this big variance for usage fees. Is that due to like maybe a lot of our facilities closed down? We're not renting?
Well, that would probably be part of it. I know that we've not been collecting, when the library has not been collecting fees. I know that the rec center was closed for a period of time. And the museum, we've not been charging people to go in during this time of COVID. But I'd have to break the number down. I know that one number that was very high, and I'm trying to see, it was somewhere else that I looked at it, was we did a lot of snow plowing, extra snow plowing last year, which we didn't have budgeted for.
I was just curious. I got a couple questions. I just want to make sure that can we go back and look at the, because I had a couple questions when I was looking at it, some of the management discussion. Here it says, one page, basically it was on page 10, 11, 156 and 157. Again, I'm sure I'm missing something here, but I basically took both of these and put one on top of the other. One's the income statement and one's the expense, or the revenue side, and and this is total government, right?
This is government-wide, yeah.
So, and I guess trying to reconcile the change in, what do they call it, fund position?
Net position?
But basically looking at this, and I'm sure you'll explain to me what I'm missing, but this is basically total revenues for the city, including governmental and business activities. And I'm just looking at 2021.
Mm-hmm.
20. So we had about 20.9, about 21 million almost in total revenue for the city, including both of the government and business activities, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then when you you go down to the next page and you look at expenses, we had 26
Mm-hmm.
in expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that's, what is it, 5 million? Question I had under the revenue side, it shows 5.2 in operating grants and contributions. Does that include the COVID grants, or is that somewhere else?
That would include the COVID grants.
So I guess, looking at that, there's a $5 million decrease in net position, or a $5 million change in,
Mm-hmm.
for lack of a better term, net worth of the city.
Yeah.
So what caused that? Or is there other grant funds or other sources of income that are listed somewhere else that fill that gap?
No, and like I said, what causes that is the change in long-term liabilities or assets from fund financials to government-wide. So like D2 will show you the different changes that cause a bigger decrease in net position. And it's based on capital outlay, depreciation, unavailable property tax revenue, principal repayments, amortization of bond premium, increase in landfill post-closure costs, compensated absences. So the real big increase is unavailable property taxes. And so when GASB 65 came out, so what happens is you guys levy taxes before June 30, right? You guys do it beginning of June or something. So those taxes that are levied have to be reported as deferred inflows on your fund financial statements. And so that also has to carry into your government-wide as a deferred inflow as well. And so that was like $4.5 million. Going forward, you're not going to see those big decreases. We just had to get it on the government-wide in the current year.
So we didn't really spend
You didn't, no.
$26 million and only brought in 20.
You did not.
So it's basically the change for next year's taxes that are
Yes,
showing.
correct. Yeah, it's not a real cash expenditure.
And that's the 4.3
Yeah.
in property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess where else so that's basically 2022 expected?
Yeah.
Property tax?
I think you guys levied 4.2, didn't you?
Where's 2021 property tax
4.3 or
revenue?
We haven't levied 2022 yet.
You have not levied 22? Don't you guys usually levy it in June?
Are we talking FY or are we talking calendar?
We're talking, you have billed for taxes in,
Calendar year
22.
21, FY 22.
yeah, because, and this is why I hate I'd rather do a calendar year budget because I always got to stop and think. Because we are right now in the 21-22 tax year, so that was reflecting the 2021 tax year. So when we bill your taxes in June of 20 for 21,
FY21.
FY 21-22.
And We levied 4.3 million in June going into F22.
And this is what my issue is, the confusing part of this is because it's creating a perception that there's all this money, that there really isn't all this receivable, because it's due to be collected, it's not due until July 1st.
July 31st.
July 31st, but actually after July 1st.
So you're saying the 4.3 in property taxes that are showing for 2021 are really the ones levied for 2022? Is that,
Fiscal year.
Yes, yeah, fiscal year,
so it's not really the revenue we earned in property taxes in FY21, it's allocated for FY22.
yeah, and so in June of 2021 is when we levy the taxes. We
Right.
cross into a new fiscal year on July 1st, and then the taxes are due on July 31st and then October 31st.
Okay.
So we collect them in the next fiscal year, but we levy them.
So that's pretty much been sort of the way we do it. We look at the next year's taxes, if you will, the levy, instead of what we actually generate or earn in that fiscal year. We're always kind of looking ahead a
You
year.
earn it by receivables. Because
It's essentially, it's a
you
receivable.
billed for it.
Right, I
So
understand.
you pick that up and then that's picked up. But something changed to create the,
Yeah, so GASB 65, so the way it used to work is when you guys levied those taxes, that number sat in AR, the 4.3, I believe. And then when we went to government wide, the change is what was recognized. So there was no liability that offset it. And now if you look at your financial statements in the current year, we have a deferred inflow on your balance sheet of that 4.3 million. And so now that number doesn't drop down to your government-wide fund balance. So when you levy taxes earlier, you're not going to see this overinflated fund balance that you have in the previous years. GASB 65 did that.
So this is a 1 year.
Yes, this is a 1 year thing.
This is a one-time thing.
This is a one-time thing, correct. And going forward, you'll just see a change. Might be a couple hundred
So
thousand.
for 2022, theoretically, if everything goes the way it's supposed to, we won't have this 5 million.
You are correct. No, it shouldn't. Obviously it's very heavily driven by your pension stuff, but you won't see this $5 million loss in your government line. Or whatever.
Can you understand why I'm confused?
yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
confusing this year because it's
Yeah, because now it got put into deferred inflows on your balance sheet instead of.
All right.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
The one thing that I like to point out every year, and since Scott's new on the council, I can point it out again, is on page 12 of the management thing. Second paragraph from the bottom says that our policy is that we have to have fund balance, unassigned fund balance range of 10% to 50%. And as of June 30th, 21, it was 9.9, which is 66%, compared to 62% in 2020. So
we're very liquid.
and I always ask the auditor, because I think they audit other cities, right? That's a good position to be in.
Yeah, and actually 66%, your unassigned, or is that what it is? Unassigned is 66% of total fund balance. And if you go down to the next paragraph, it says unassigned fund balance represents 87% of the general fund expenditures, which that's a great number. 87% of your general fund expenditures is unassigned in your general fund. It's fantastic. But like I said before, I would advise the council to make sure that that number is a good number, that you really don't have these future projects that are coming down the road.
What is non-departmental?
Mainly the school. Mainly the contribution to the school is
The
the
school
biggest
contribution.
chunk.
That's $3 million, and I forget what else.
It's all the special
I'd have to look at the budget.
That's
things,
primarily
like
the
the
school.
contributions to community entities and that kind of thing.
$100,000.
Up until recently, when NSEDC's community benefits share came in, it was divvied out to a bunch of people. In the last year, that was a bunch of the normal recipients that every year get funded through that were put into the budget, and then the city,
And then doled out.
and then the city moved to, and I still haven't seen. It's
And
the
I-
city's intention to use that
The city is,
for a city project, rather than doling it out again.
No, that makes sense. So education then, the other, right above it, the other line item expense, 5.2, is that COVID? So I was thinking that was a school, but
What page are you on?
I'm still on page 11 or 157 packet, and basically just looking at the expense categories, and one of the 5.2 in education, and then underneath it's non-departmental 3.3. So I was just wondering, now that I know that non-departmental is the school contribution.
well, now, I might be wrong. Nikki, because,
Add something.
yes, please.
So when we had the CARES funds and you all had those grants going out to businesses, this year those grants are part of non-departmental because I didn't have a department to assign the grant funds to. The business grants and the community grants.
Now, in the education though, is that where we also put CARES money to the schools? And is that where the pre-K program is?
Yep. As well as general insurance.
My time's up, I guess.
No idea what time it is.
And just one quick question, again, I'm not trying to cover everything right now, but significant increase in the police budget from 2020 to 2020. That was primarily from CARES Act.
Well, the CARES Act paid for a portion of the police department, but and Nikki's gonna have to correct me. There was one fiscal year where we had to make a correction because the budget was inaccurate. And that might have been, that could have been 1920s budget, so the number was low than it should have been. Yeah, they didn't put money in for the position and everything else.
We'll try to learn everything in one night.
But we did significantly expand the police department. Yeah.
Okay.
More positions and all of that.
Sorry to mean.
No, I really appreciate that. That was great. I like when other people talk besides me.
I can keep going. I'm sure these guys will like it.
We're actually gonna be coming back because we do need to go over the fund balance, and which is always a topic of interest for Councilmember Johnson, and for some projects that really need to be addressed, in my opinion, as the city manager. And how are we gonna fund that? And do we use some of our internal funds for that? So, but that's meeting. Chair?
Is John gonna be here for the meeting?
The mayor will not be joining us.
Okay.
Gonna give us a bathroom break, man?
Sure. Take a 30-second, no. About a 3 or 4 minute break before we start the meeting.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me.
Really good.
Oh, yeah.
Penny.
Hanging in there, I guess.
Long time no see.
Yeah. Having fun playing out in the snow.
Yes.
Never ending amount to shovel, it seems.
Don't you have big shovels? Like on the end
Well,
of.
you know, I've discovered that big blue pushing one there is actually not bad at all for that close-up look. Yeah. I found it really handy was when I went to bank my house this last time, here a couple days ago. I had previously created an area of a drift that I'd carved out, and then it filled up with soft powder. So I was able to jump in there and get that over against the walls. Boy, oh boy, I had that wall lined up in about 10 minutes instead of my usual 30. I thought that was a lot easier than woo.
Yeah, I broke mine. I had to buy another one.
Oh, yeah.
I kicked it to get it into the.
Oh, can't do that. Can't do that. Yep. You gotta manage the force on them to within the
Right.
engineered level, or else there you go. You know, when you got like 6 different tools there and they all got different levels, you just might as well realize that. Then when you're down to your last one, you'd think by now you would have figured it out.
Yeah.
Don't go thump, ding, with a shovel. Come on. You'd think a pick was indestructible, but no. The handles were cool.
Most things don't like being used as a hammer. Okay.
Take the seat up here,
Oh, yeah.
get out of splash.
The gavel's right there.
Yeah.
Don't let it go to your head, okay?
Right.
Hey guys, you want?
City manager.
You like that chair, don't you?
I like this chair. Not sure what the special is. All right, call this meeting of the Nome Common Council to order at 7:04. Could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Doug Johnson. Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinson.
Here.
Councilmember Topcock. Youth Representative Buell. We have a quorum.
Thank you. You have the agenda in front of you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, Council Members Henderson and Mark Johnson. Any additions or revisions to the agenda? Roll call for approval, please.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
You have 3 sets of minutes in the packet. Unless there's an objection, we'll take them as a block. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Make a motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Mark Johnson and Henderson. Are there any comments on the minutes?
Yeah, so I guess this is more of a question. These minutes are obviously not verbatim because it would be really, really long. So I assume they're summarized, right, for the intent.
Yeah.
Is it reasonable to request that specific comments be inserted into as part of the record? Is that a reasonable request? And I'll give you, can I just give you the example? And then you can tell me if that's a reasonable request. So on page 24 of the packet, and this is for the special meeting. In the special meeting, and I wanted to reference, I think it's the third hash mark, in which Mr. Pickett with Alaska Commercial made the suggestion that Bonanza would benefit if they closed their convenience store. And so I basically cleared that. I said, well, if there's a potential concern, if I should participate, and Mayor Handelin basically allowed his participation. But what Mayor Handelin also included in his comments was that there was no connection between the liquor license renewal and Bonanza. And if it's a reasonable request, I would like to include that as part of the official record, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Any objection to the request? Do we need a motion to amend, or you just do it administratively? Okay. Do we have any other comments on the minutes? Seeing none. Adam, did you have a comment?
Nope, nothing.
Okay, I just saw your name flashing there. All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Under communications, we have item A on page 29 is a press release from the Alaska Department of Natural Resources regarding free radon test kits for, as I read it, for any community member or entity that wishes to receive one can apply. Is that correct, City Manager?
Just thought they were good. Gentlemen, I was sick
Okay.
over the weekend, so I am still reading through the packet myself. So I just got back in.
Brian?
That is my understanding.
Yes, okay. So there's a, did you have a question?
I know it's gonna sound like a really stupid question, but is there radon in Nome?
Yes.
We have tested before.
Yeah, it was found at Belts. We did some testing years ago, especially in the tunnel
Because it's
between
underground.
ACSA and the main campus.
Is that the only place it's been found?
I mean, there were other places out of Belts. I'm not 100% positive that that's the only place. Pretty sure we did some testing at the old federal building, the SNC building, but I don't believe anything was found there. There may have been other sites.
I'd always assumed we're pretty safe from it because we don't have a lot of buildings with foundations. that
Right.
Go in, into the dirt or there's not any connection, so I kind of figured we were pretty safe from that.
Yeah, if you've got an air gap with the wind blowing through, it's not going to accumulate in your building.
Basements. Take us up. And,
Yes.
Oh,
I was
I was just gonna throw out, I went on their website and did the little form that just asks you a bunch of questions and then they'll send you a free radon kit, just out of curiosity for myself. I I think because we're off the road system, they send you a kit that you have to set it somewhere for like 3 to 6 months. It's like a long-term test, but it was really easy and very curious. I mean, I hope I don't have radon.
Right.
That's all.
Our expert in the community unfortunately passed away on that.
Dr. Leedy?
Dr. Liddy was really on top of radon. Yeah, studied a lot, knew quite a bit about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him bringing it up several times over the years.
One of his kids, he had them put a radon kit in their locker at school, and it detected radon, and then he brought that issue to the council, and then that's when we investigated further, and there was some remedial action that was taken to exhaust like the tunnel and that kind of thing. I mean, it was closed for a while until things could be put in place to take care of it. But it wouldn't hurt for the city to order some kits and put them in buildings that do have, a direct contact to the ground. I mean, out of the school, definitely at Belts. I think the elementary school's all on piling, so that's not an issue, but the rec center and a couple other places in town might be. And of course, any citizens that wish to receive one, they can go online and get one. Okay, page 31 is memo regarding some untimely filed tax exemption from Old St. Joe's, I believe. Old, or St. Joe's, not old. The current Catholic Church on Stedman.
We need a discussion or can I just make a motion?
You can make a motion.
Make a motion to accept the untimely filed tax exemption form as timely.
I'll second the motion.
Do we have discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For Councilmember Henderson's edification, as he's new on the council, this is rather routine. Entities will miss the deadline and then authorize them as timely filed. They come before you.
If we have multiple ones in here, can we do them, do they normally just do them as a?
I normally put them all on the same, and sometimes it's sales tax, senior, all on the same memo.
That's because your office doesn't have the authority to actually approve those, even though it seems like an administrative function.
That's correct.
Right. And we're not approving the exemption, all we're doing is
Making it
approving the
timely.
filing.
Understood, thank you.
Turn back the clock.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock.
E.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item C on page 32 is a letter of January 19 from Manager Steckman to AMCO Director regarding Northwest Company Package Store License 775. Informational. Item D is a letter of January 20 from Chuck Fragerstrom, to whom it may concern regarding protesting Quick Stop liquor license. Again, this is informational.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so I had a question, looking at the schedule for the ABC board, I think they actually had a meeting last week. And the specific question that I had was that renewal included in that meeting, or is that going to be held at a subsequent ABC board meeting? I think they meet maybe quarterly.
And that's a question we're following up because the letter was filed timely and it was stamp dated because I hand delivered it to them. So that they were gonna take that under advisement.
We don't know if it actually got on that agenda.
I don't think it was, I'm not sure why it was on, there was.
Really close there.
Well, obviously I'm not privy to the inner workings, but our file of complaint was received on a timely basis within the 60-day period.
Oh, absolutely. No, and that was what I was asking. The question I had was because I think it was actually Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday of last week, there was scheduled an ABC board, and it seemed like that it probably would get, at least I would assume, that this particular should be forwarded to the next meeting. I was just following up for somebody that asked. Okay.
Because we will have to go down, if they want to explore this more, we're gonna have to be present for that meeting.
Is there any more discussion on this item? Anyone on the meeting? Seeing none. Move on to item E, the memorandum of January 21 from Clerk Hammond to Common Council regarding request for interest and penalty waiver for the Dred 7 Inn. Is there anyone that wishes to?
I'd like to make a motion to waive the interest and penalties for Dredge 7 in late filing of sales taxes due to the circumstances.
Second
Is that
Mark
why you're?
Johnson and Doug Johnson?
Did you have any desire to?
I prepared a speech if it's necessary.
It's probably not necessary.
Council cares to hear
Maybe
it.
we should take the vote
We
first.
can always give it during citizens' comment.
Yeah, so we'll I'll allow it. You can, I honestly don't think it'll be necessary, but I mean, since you've prepared it, might as well hear what you have to say.
Approach the podium. Hello, City Council members. My name is Ryan Martinson. I am representing my father, Doug Martinson, and Centurion LLC, the Dredge 7 Inn. Thank you for your time and consideration in hearing our request to have the penalties and interest removed for our late payment of the July 2021 bed and sales tax. As you know, Judy passed away on August 8th of 2021, and our family and our businesses were turned upside down. This would fall right in line with our requirement to submit and pay our July bed and sales tax to the city. Due to our unforeseen distraction in dealing not only with great loss, but in picking up the ball and running with it, some things have fallen through the cracks, this being one of them. We, our family-run business, are asking for the council's consideration in having the late fees, penalties, and interest that have accrued from August to December 2021 be dropped. We have a solid history of making this monthly payment timely. We had made all the payments up through June 2021 and have made all the payments from August 2021 to current to the city of Nome in whole and timely, leaving the only payment missed as July 2021. We were not notified of our failure to pay the tax until December of 2021, after which we immediately made our payment. The payment amount to the city for the taxes was $13,236.61, which was paid by a check on January 5th, 2022. Along with our notification of being late was a schedule of late fees as well as interest totaling $3,397.48, which comes out to a 35% penalty. Dredge 7N is a locally owned and operated company. Over the past 12 years of our operations, we have collected and paid to the city over $750,000 in taxes and permit fees. We hire local and provide a useful and much needed service to our city and region. Again, we ask the council's consideration in having these penalties and interest removed. Thank you, Doug Martinson, Ryan Martinson, Sari Haugen, Jessa Levinsky. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a motion on that?
I think there's already a second.
Let a second. You got it. Okay, and this is to remove all of the interest and penalties related to the July tax liability, correct? That was the intent of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Topgod. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item F on page 36 is the City of Nome 2023 budget calendar. This is where the city manager lets us know what to expect for the next 5 months as regards the budget process.
This is not carved in stone.
It never is.
Just one, well, we have a new person here, I just want to make sure. Because the city manager is really looking to try to take a 2-week break in May. If I'm allowed out.
Okay. Any observations on the budget calendar? Okay, let's move on to citizens' comments. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this time, please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and proceed.
Ken Hughes, Nome citizen. So I read through the minutes of the last couple of meetings here recently, and so it was interesting to note all the discussion on what to do with the alcohol sales and the problem on Front Street. And it's really the same problem San Francisco has, is that of the inability to be able to hold people personally responsible for their actions. We've really lost the courts. You know, the thing that I'd really like to hear on the reports isn't how many police calls are down there, but I'd like to know how many actual people were held personally responsible for their actions that caused that call in a manner that's actually meaningful and productive. That's a far better metric, and that's almost what we need to focus on. We can keep picking up all day long, but if all we're going to do is make them better and kick them out the door, then and they have a positive experience. Yeah, I've walked the streets of an awful lot of villages, and quite frankly, the life on Front Street and Nest and whatnot that Nome has to offer can be quite attractive this time of year. So we need to do things to quit making it to be such an attractive situation. Many countries have found that the certainty and severity of punishment has been a very solid tool for being able to ensure that the population is kept in a manner that they find acceptable. And I think that we have gone overboard with allowing a person's rights and individuals start to infringe upon the group in a manner that is unacceptable. And it's all based upon not being able to hold them personally responsible. That may not be something that the city council can fix, but we have to realize that if we don't have courts and judges and a system that provides an incentive, a manner in which we can hold people to be responsible for they and their children's actions in a meaningful manner, then we will continue to see what we have seen. And so some way we need to change direction. And I don't really believe that changing business hours and that working that end of the problem is where the solution is really going to be found. Because all you're going to do is displace it, put it somewhere else. And if you want to do that, sure, that's fine. Do put it maybe someplace where it's not in the way quite so much, but realize that you're not really doing much other than kicking the can down the road. So I'm also here, if there's any questions about the historical preservation plan, I'll talk to that then if you want me to. Otherwise, I think I used up my 3 minutes, so thank you. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else wish to speak? There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Let's quick and address the historic preservation plan while he's out of the room. No. Sorry. I thought that was the first item on that, but it's actually the second. So, unfinished business, item A.
O220101, an extension of a local emergency, authorizing the Nome Common Council to direct the city manager take necessary actions to reduce the impact and spread of COVID-19 throughout the city of Nome.
Do we have a motion to approve this ordinance, second reading, final passage?
Mr. Chair, I forgot to put it on the
Oh, we
agenda,
have
but there is a public hearing required.
Public hearing. We will recess at 7:27 into a public hearing on this ordinance. Are there any members of the public that wish to address this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll reconvene at 7:28. Do we have a motion to approve?
Can I ask a question? You have to make a motion to approve in order to amend. Make a motion to approve ordinance 220101.
I'll second. We have a motion on the table. Is there discussion?
So, I made the suggestion last time that I think it's good to give the city manager the ability to take whatever appropriate action is necessary. This particular resolution is for 6 months. And I'm just, there's a lot of things that can happen in the next 6 months. I think it's important to give Glenn the ability to deal with anything, especially during when we have a lot of these events coming up where we're going to have a lot of visitors in town. Those include the Iron Dog, those include Iditarod, those include the military folks that are going to be here, Arctic Shield, I think it's called. Those will be all completed in the next 2 months. And so I was thinking that maybe a shorter one for 60 days would be appropriate to get us through those events. COVID's rapidly changing and there's a lot of things happening. And I'm just wondering if it makes more sense to do it for 60 days and give us the option to take a look at this once all these events are over. Maybe there's going to be, who knows what COVID is going to look like then, and if we need to renew it at that point, we can, but at least maybe we can redo it with the updated conditions and situations that are present at that time. So I would support it for 60 days instead of 6 months.
there any other discussion?
One good thing about having a shorter time frame, I agree with the ordinance as well as it being in place. And one good thing about having a shorter time frame is it does bring it back to the table to be able, for us to be able to look at it and see where we're at in town and also bring it to everybody's attention that it exists. I mean, sometimes if we just let it be on there, people don't really think about it. And when it comes up on what to talk about it, it does bring it back to the attention of the community also that that is in place. So I would probably support a shorter period as well.
So do we have a motion to an amendment? Doug, do you have a comment?
You know, I just had a question here. I was reading something a while back that said that council has the ability to put an emergency ordinance out for something like 60 days.
Right.
So that makes me wonder if 6 months is actually appropriate or even legal.
Well, the difference here is, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to answer, if I should let the city manager answer, but my understanding is that time frame applies to emergency ordinances that if they don't go through a first and second reading, it's basically shortcuts all of that, bypasses the normal process because it is an emergency. And that's what we were doing in 2020 and having to reauthorize every 60 days or so because it was emergency ordinances. It wasn't a normal ordinance. This process that we're doing here, we went through the first reading. We're doing the second reading now. It's going through the normal ordinance process. So it's not an emergency ordinance. It's reauthorizing what it's an extension of a local emergency, but it's not an emergency ordinance. You understand that?
Gotcha.
Thanks. And Councilmember Topcock?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to keeping it to a shorter time frame, thinking that it's good for us to review it on a regular basis. I'm just trying to do some math in my head. Because I did go through most of March.
Right, so 60 days would just take us to the end of March. 90 days would be to the end of April. And I think you were saying 90?
That's before, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I think the existing ordinance goes to the end of January, right? So another 60 days, I would assume, would extend that to March 31st.
Right.
Or somewhere in there, and Iditarod should be over by then.
Okay, so the amendment that you're requesting is for a 60-day?
Well, I haven't made one yet, but I was gonna wait for discussion.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Babcock?
Yeah, I would say at least through the end of March. I'd almost want a little bit longer, but I'm not gonna nitpick on that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that there's nothing wrong with us continuing to talk about this. Maybe same thing, maybe 75 days, just to give us the 2 weeks after the rushes come through, but I would support either one, shortening it.
Mr. Chair. If I may, I'd like to call the council's attention to section 4, effective date. And you don't have to go by 60 days, or you can set a specific effective date whenever you choose by amending this. So you can have it coincide with a regular meeting, or if you choose to have a special meeting, but it doesn't have to be a round number.
And if I may make a couple of comments myself, So this ordinance is just the underlying document that allows the city manager to take actions. It doesn't actually take any action other than authorizing the city manager to take action through the emergency orders. Those orders have to come to the council at the next scheduled meeting to be approved, or they can be discarded at that point. So my point is that the ordinance that we're looking at in itself does not place any restrictions on Nome. It doesn't do anything other than authorize the city manager to act. The other point I'd like to make is that it takes 2 meetings to do an ordinance. So if we do this ordinance for 60 days, then approximately 30 days from now, we're going to start the process over again. And because we need to have another ordinance in place at the end of the 60 days in order to go forward. The third point I'd like to make is that in 2020 and extending into 2021, we were doing emergency ordinances, and they were, 30 days, 60 days, whatever. We got requests from the citizenry to to stop doing these, short-term things, to just go ahead and make it for as long as we think it's going to be necessary so that they could plan. So that's why we went to the longer term ordinance. My personal feeling is that we should do a 6-month, with the rationale being that all it is the underlying authorization. It's not the emergency order that would require masks or whatever. We can, at any meeting, we can review all of the actions that are in place and reject or accept anything that is currently in place. So that's where we would have the power to say, no, we don't want masks anymore. We tell the city manager, you're not authorized to close the bar, you're not authorized to do whatever. That would be through the emergency order process as opposed to the ordinance. Yes.
So I didn't think about that. It takes 2 meetings, so it probably makes sense, even if we are going to shorten it up, to get us through all the, Iditarod and all the other stuff, and then an additional 30 days so we can have 2 meetings to do it. So I would support 90 days sort of.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank
I'd like to make a motion to make the effective date in section 4, amend the current motion from June 30th to April 30th of 2022.
I'll second that motion.
Do we have any discussion on the proposed amendment? Changing the effective date. Yes, Councilmember Doug Johnson. Hello, Doug?
He may not realize it yet.
Oh, he's got his hand up, but he's not.
Okay, I got it back now. I didn't understand what the dates were, I'm sorry.
Right, so right now the motion reads that it expires on June 30th, 2022. And I made a motion to amend that to April 30th, 2022.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinson.
Brian said, what if you make it the 25th when we have a regular meeting, so we don't have to rush to change something on a different date?
Well, with the idea that Gerald brought up, we have to have 2 meetings anyway. So we would have a meeting first, or we'd have 2 meetings in April basically to put it in effect. If we did anything, we do it as of that time, make it effective May 1st.
Oh, yep, I got it. Sorry, wasn't paying attention totally. Thanks.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Well, again, I don't think anybody's against the order, as far as city council, I don't hear. But I think again, to reiterate, it does bring it back to the table and allows us to discuss where we're at. And if there are any issues, it gives a chance for people to bring those issues up if they want to. That's all I have.
City manager, do you have anything you'd like to say on this?
I'm satisfied with that's fine.
Any further discussion before we go to a vote? Councilmember Martinson, you have your hand up. I don't know if you realize that or not, but.
Nope, I'll take it down, sorry.
All right.
Figure this thing out.
Let's, roll call, please.
On the amendment, Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson,
Yes?
Councilmember Martinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Motion to amend carries.
Thank you. Do we have further discussion? Any further amendments? That was the one you were, okay.
That was it.
Comfortable
Me? Yeah.
with the rest of it? Okay. Anyone on the meeting? I don't see any hands up. All right, the main motion, let's do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Topcock,
Sorry.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Motion as amended carries.
Thank you. Unfinished business, item B.
R210703, a resolution approving the historic preservation plan.
This is on page 44. Do we have a motion to approve the historic preservation plan?
I'll make the motion.
Councilmember Henderson.
Bit of discussion.
Make a motion, for discussion purposes.
City manager.
This was placed on the agenda because at your December 13th meeting, you asked that it be placed on the agenda again in January. The Planning Commission has not met. We have met with Councilmember Topcock in terms of doing some amendments that would be acceptable. So I'm asking that you frankly table this right now, not for a period to come back, but we will bring it back. So that's what I wanted to convey to you, that it would be delayed, but I don't want to be under a time constraint right now because it may take longer than a month or two.
All right. Getting some strong body language in the audience, but
Well, he is the chairman of the planning commission. I wouldn't mind hearing what he has.
does anyone object to hearing what the chair of the planning commission has to say? And I'll deviate from normal practice and allow it.
All right. So I'm really puzzled about why you would want to not approve the plan. And what the plan does is make you eligible for funding to discover what it is that you're asking us to put in the plan. If you look at the implementation of the plan, goal 3, the first thing it says is that we need to find out more about local history. The whole discussion about not approving this plan is all about a portion of the plan that is relatively unimportant relative to the overall goal of the plan, because it's the window trimming. It's not the implementation. It's the starting point. No one is attempting to diminish the local culture. What we're attempting to do is to provide an opportunity for it to be studied and an autobiographical statement of its origins be allowed to come forth. This isn't going to happen in a couple of days of a couple of comments from a couple of people sitting down to the planning commission. This is going to take a serious effort and staff time in order to do this in a meaningful fashion. If you want to throw a couple sentences about this and that in there, well, that's not really what this is about. The whole plan is based on tying the physical places within the city of Nome to a particular history. If we don't know that particular history, we can't tie those places to it. So the whole little overview of currently what's known history is just that's just currently what's known. What we'd like to do is we'd like to begin figuring out all the rest of the good stuff. And it starts with the council approving this plan. Now, if you don't like something in the implementation part, that's where you need to talk about what you're going to allow be implemented. How much staff time are you willing to go into defining the different ordinances? How much staff time are you going to allow going into in the appendix there, we've got a whole list of places that we don't know exactly the historical meaning and which historical context into which they all fit. That's going to take a dedicated staff time. That's not something that the Planning Commission is going to be doing themselves. We need professional archaeological assistance in order to accomplish this plan in the manner that it's been set out in the implementation segment. Don't be hung up with the starting point, because it's just where it starts. It's not where it ends up. And the whole beef should be over the implementation and the underlying mechanics of how we come together with that. One final thing about the difficulty of actually coming up with an autobiographical statement of origins of the Gnome indigenous population. Go to all the websites of all the different organizations. You're not going to see any actual original autobiographical information that we could copy and paste in and would be meaningful. It's from Community Regional Affairs. It's written not by themselves, but by others. And so I am holding out for a statement written by the people themselves. And so I think the best way to accomplish that is by getting this plan approved pronto so that we can apply for the grants and whatnot that we will become eligible for to accomplish the goals of the plan. Is there any specific questions?
So I went to the meeting when it was first brought up, and it seems like that was 5 months ago or quite a while ago, early last fall. And it seemed to me that, and I know that it was brought up and brought to the attention of the planning commission. The planning commission discussed it. Unfortunately, I did miss the meeting that was discussed in and chose not to revise what was already currently done. But I also thought that there were some very valid points, and you mentioned about starting point, and it seemed to me that the starting point as a, and I understand this is also a work in progress, that you can amend it in future years, and that's what you're referring to, starting point, to do more research in order to amend it. However, there, in the plan itself, there's some pretty anecdotal stories about the history within Nome that are pretty, are kind of almost hearsay stories. And so I think at the very minimum, we could have a start. I think what the council was looking for was the planning commission to further review the requested things, and maybe not all of them, but to have some of it imposed into the historic document and then work from there. And I don't know why we had a staff at one time, and I know it was only part-time. I don't think we have that staff anymore, correct? The contracted staff.
Well, the contracted, but when we brought this forward to you, I guess it was the December 13th meeting. This was what Eileen Bechtel had come up with, and Gary Gillette. And the commission, as I mentioned to you, had reviewed the concerns that had been addressed. And as I said to you, the commission, I believe, sent it forward with you for a unanimous request to approve it. And at that meeting that was here, you know, and I don't know who said what, but there was concern, and it was asked to be referred back to the planning commission and to take some things into consideration. Planning commission did not have a meeting in January because I was out of town. And, you know, we were going to bring it back to them in February. My recommendation, and I don't know whether I sent it to the planning commission or to Eileen at that time, was to appoint 2 people from the planning commission and 2 people, Sig and Austin, to try to figure out what the exact problems were, because I don't think anybody in this room, nor does the planning commission, want a divisive historic preservation plan. And, you know, it just kept, you know, you were receiving concerns by some in the of your constituency. And that's why I was going to go back, and hopefully those concerns and proper mentions of some issues like religion and everything else that were here versus the established, what we consider Christian denominations, that they be properly mentioned. And, you know, and that's what, as I recall, the concerns raised in the December 13th meeting. And there is no race. I'd like to get it done. I think they would like to get it done. And I support the planning commission, but if, you know, as long as it's tearing portions of this community apart, it's not worth getting done.
Is there a deadline for this grant? And the second question is, how much are we talking about?
Well, the city received a grant for $10,000, what, 3 years ago, Kenny?
Right, something like that. I
And
don't have all the details at the tip of my head.
And this plan was disrupted in a major way by COVID. So Mr. Gillette was working with Eileen Bechtel, and for the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission had Zoom meetings with Mr. Gillette and made a number of corrections because Mr. Gillette just simply wasn't here. And I think Councilman Johnson may have been at one of those meetings. But this other issue of some of the, I don't want to say the introductory issues, but the issues, there was concerns about using the term nomadic. And the Planning Commission did discuss that. And they were satisfied, but that was upsetting to other people in the community. And, we just haven't had the chance to meet to discuss it. That's why when this got on the agenda, I said, Brian, take it off. He says, I can't. The council demanded that it be brought back because I knew exactly that we would be having this discussion tonight based on the discussion of the plan.
The reason I ask, we're not racing like a clock to meet a grant deadline or anything like that. I mean,
We've expended the money. This is,
so there's nothing really forcing us. We've got a deadline to do, to meet. And I guess I would just ask, what's the harm in waiting a little bit? And I don't have a stake in this, but I think I agree with Glenn that it's important that we have all parties, comfortable and satisfied with this report, regardless of whether or not it's the first step.
the plan meets all of the various check marks that we were required to have in the plan. And I think that for some in our community, and I understand where they're coming from, well, those check marks really didn't include us, and we feel excluded. So, the state, as technically as I recall, has approved the plan, but you haven't approved it. So it's getting the folks together in a room at a time that's agreeable to all and say, okay, what is going to be to all sides, because this is not a one-way discussion, that's acceptable, and not to be tearing the Planning Commission apart, not be tearing the community apart, or tearing the council apart.
History is not a political decision. Perhaps what to write about history is a political decision.
I don't see this as a political decision either. From my standpoint, I think that if we're writing a historic document, that we try to include as much of the history in that document, and if there seems to be something potentially missing, and I agree with Mr. Amosik. I don't agree with Mr. Amosik on everything, but I do agree with a number of points. And when I saw the original thing, I went to the website and started Googling, okay, what is the record in Nome or whatever, and there are several sites I found in Quirk, Nome Eskimo. The Mariskaya across the street has a really good website with really good information on it. And I just thought that we could maybe encompass some of those type of things into they're already written. It wasn't having to do a lot of research. And I do hear what you're saying, because you guys worked on it a lot, and I appreciate that. That it's not I think everybody recognizes that the amount of work that goes into this thing.
And at any point, if someone wants to submit a written change, we can review it and do it.
Well, I think that seems like where we're at, is there was a written thing and the
Okay, well,
commission.
no, there is no, because you're not at that point yet. There is no written, we want to strike these words, we want to add these words. Okay, so, and again, the primary import of that plan is to tie physical structure in Nome with history. Okay, so while there's a lot of interesting information on those websites, it is history. From the perspective of the plan, it does not give us a site to which, and actually, that's that kind of information needs to come out of that culture. It's a bunch of us looking from the outside, looking in. It's not coming autobiographical. So I don't know. I really think that if you want to, if you, okay, so the comment about nomadic is this. The statement in the plan is that generally that's what's considered to be true. Okay, so that's a true statement.
True according to who though?
According to the general accepted archaeological people. Now, if there's evidence that that is untrue,
I have talked to anthropologists who also have qualms with that term, who are non-native. I'm just saying that there's baggage carried with terms, there's discrepancy like you say, not our perspective. And when I say our, I mean Alaska Natives generally. And I don't want to speak for all Alaska Natives, but I'll say for myself. That what's written in this document does not reflect my understanding of myself, of my family, of my community, of our origins. My family has been here for thousands and thousands of years, continuously, until my grandmother. This does not reflect what I know and love about this community. And I just, if we're not working on a deadline to submit this, and the state's already approved it, I don't see what the difference is that we take another couple weeks to have a meeting and discuss ways that we can more effectively, be inclusive of different histories in this community and from our own perspective. So I took a stab at trying to rewrite it, but I'm not an anthropologist, I'm not an archaeologist, I'm an attorney. I don't have that skill set, and I didn't feel comfortable necessarily with what I was putting together, that I felt like it should go in that document. And I know there are people out there who have the expertise, the literature is there. Beyond even just websites, there are books upon books about these things. I mean, people of Cowerk by William McQuilloch, from our own perspective, and so I don't see why we're sitting here arguing about this when we can't we just take a couple more weeks, have a meeting, figure it out, and then come back with a document rather than approving it now and then coming back later and making amendments or adjustments. Why can't we just do this right the first time?
okay, so number one, a review of all those documents by all the people that need to in order to write such a plan will guaranteed take way more than 2 weeks. Number two is that, again, this is a starting point, and every one of those historical starting points are all wrong. We know this. Again, the plan does not define what the history is. It's just what a few people think at this point out there. So what we want to do is get the process started, and get the ball rolling in a big way and we're not changing, when I say changing the plan, all we're doing is we're adding to the knowledge of history. And I look forward to reading what you have and what you've read. That'd be great. But we have the same problem on the Planning Commission. Well, yes, we do have an archaeologist. We do have some, well, actually we don't, we're missing one, right? I think that spot's a little bit blank right now, but yeah, you're right. We don't necessarily have the expertise to do that. That's why we got to go out and hire this work to be done in a manner that it's worthy of. And because there is a big story to be told. I agree. How much you want to strike out or not strike out, whether or not again, that's just the history part. That's really not the important part of the plan. The really important part of the plan is about the process. And that should be what the discussion is, unless y'all are happy with the process, in which case don't really care necessarily what you do with the rest of it. And then the question is what's your level of commitment going to be to the process? Because we're talking about setting up a process that will provide a system of ordinances that will mean another layer of review over any development that may occur. And this might be something that the city isn't necessarily gonna wanna take, well, they're gonna wanna take some time to develop. So how much time are you willing, how much staff time are you willing to commit to doing that sort of an activity? Well, that'll be the speed at which things get done. And so, anyway, I don't have anything really further to add unless there's any real specific question. I'll leave you to your, is there any other questions that I might be able to answer?
Thanks. Councilmember Topcock, did you have further comments you wish to make at this time?
I just don't see how we can have a proper process without a solid foundation. And the way that things are written right now, I feel, and I've stated this at other meetings, I feel very uncomfortable with the way that it's written. It's not from an Indigenous perspective. It uses terms that are loaded, a lot of baggage. And I feel like there's some easy fixes that can be made to put this in a much better, in a much better place. And so I would prefer that I'm not voting to approve the plan as it's written. I guess I'll say that much.
Okay. Can I ask you, and you can decline to answer if you wish, but do you have an idea of how we might be able to go about resolving that issue?
Yeah, and the city manager and I have spoken a little bit about this. I also spoke to a couple co-workers and folks who have anthropology backgrounds about ways that we could potentially, make things a little bit better. So I don't think this needs to be a big ordeal. I think if we can just go through and edit those couple paragraphs and include an Indigenous perspective. And again, I normally would want all the tribes and tribal organizations to sign off on something like that, but I think given the time constraints and just wanting to have a baseline document to move forward, I don't know that we necessarily need to do that, but maybe caveat, hey, this is just one understanding or a snippet of a much bigger narrative that has to be, told at some point. But I think if we could have a meeting, I've been trying to get a hold of Austin. I haven't been successful. I know he was taking some time off. But if we can regroup the city manager, Austin, myself, planning commission or something, I feel like we could talk it out in a fashion that would be more productive.
The next meeting of the planning commission is February 1st. So let's see if we can get the necessary folks at the table, or if we have to it's hard to get people, the commissions together, but let's see if we can shoot for February 1st. And Councilmember Topcock, if you have any people that, because this is the planning commission's meeting, that could be, that you want them in planning commission wants them to invite to have this discussion.
You have to make one.
I'm looking at you.
Okay, well, for the planning commission, we would hope that you'd show up with your revisions that you're interested in having. And if we could have them a few days beforehand, we'd give you some idea about them.
Well,
but if,
that's the problem. Meeting is next week. I was going to be discussing this, beginning to lay the groundwork in your meeting in February, with looking at March as the time to get everybody together.
That seems reasonable. I'll make a motion to postpone the approving of the historic preservation plan. Tabling the approving the historic preservation plan.
A second?
Oh, I thought you were saying, I second
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the tabling? Or we don't even, on a table, doesn't it just automatic? You don't have to vote or anything? According to Robert's rules? Well,
I don't, yeah, I could look it up, but I don't know.
that's okay. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Sure.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Topcock.
EE.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And the intent is that, sounds like city manager, your intent is that you would basically broach the subject again next week with the planning commission. Convince them to allow some discussion that would culminate in final recommendations in their March meeting.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to new business. Item A.
R220102, a resolution adopting the results of the fiscal year 2021 audit performed by Altman Rogers and Company.
Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? City manager?
No.
Okay. Seeing no hands raised, let's go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item B.
R220103, a resolution authorizing the city manager to develop and enter into an agreement with Altman Rogers and Company for audit services for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Motion?
Okay.
A motion and a second. Discussion, city manager?
Okay, as you may recall, the city went out to bid for audit services. We had one responsive bid. Just so you know, Altman, this past year audit cost us $53,000. So the increase is not that much in this next one, and there are 2 option years with this. And that's, John Hanlon, Peter Lay, and I reviewed it, and it met all of the bid requirements that were put out for it.
How was how was it advertised?
I'm gonna leave that up to Nikki because she was managing this, but Nikki?
It went into the Gnome Nugget newspaper. I wrote a brief memo that follows the resolution. So it went in the Gnome Nugget newspaper, and the bid documents were also available at the plans room in Anchorage and the Associated General Contractors of Alaska and Fairbanks. And additionally, they received a list from AML, and I sent out 7 emails with the proposal attached to different firms.
And just so you know what the plans room is, this is a central site that people can go in and see what communities are seeking bids on.
Nikki, I was just wondering, is this normal when you have I understand Nome's kind of a small municipality compared to a lot of other ones, and I'm just wondering, is that kind of normal when you have a a long-term audit relationship and then you put it out to bid and you don't get much of a response back. Is that pretty typical?
This is actually our first time going out to bid for audit services, but I can tell you, being with the city over 20 years, we've only had 2 auditors. The first was KPMG and then Altman.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if it was based on the relative size, relatively small size, and maybe just didn't attract a lot of interest from other larger auditing firms. You're shaking your head, sorry.
I'd say probably true.
I think that's probably
I
the
mean, I
case.
saw that too. There's only one responsive bidder out of the 7. I think she did a good job of getting that word
Yeah,
out there
it's
to
thorough.
prospective auditors, and for only 1 to bid, it just shows that they're not interested in doing the smaller job.
And I think it's also worth mentioning too, that I think it was noted actually in the auditor's proposal that, there's a bit of a learning curve, and in the first couple of years, and obviously, so, the current auditing firm does have a little bit of an advantage simply because they don't have to learn the city and all of the, all the financial stuff. And so, maybe due to the size of it, there's not a lot of firms that want to go through that learning curve. Just that.
Any further discussion? Anyone on the computer? I don't see any hands raised. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item C.
R220104, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute contract amendment number 2 with P&D Engineers Incorporated to facilitate 65% design level of the local service facilities within the Port of Nome modifications project and Arctic port expansion.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve resolution R210904 amended.
I'll second.
City manager.
I'm also going to ask Joy to join in on this discussion. As you can see, you allocated $200,000 to begin the design study to get us to 35%. So we need at least $621,000 to complete the 35. And we're going to need an additional $1,058,425. The hope is that some of this, if not, I don't say if all, but most of it would be reimbursable through other grants that Joy is applying for. But right now, you just got notified of a $250 million port expansion grant. The question is, are we going to let designs just stop when the money has been awarded to the city? And I want to make sure, because I mentioned this earlier, the port owes the city no money now. And that's the first time in the 2 years I've been here. So we would be advancing, and we just lost everybody. We'll take a break.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
I just love technology. And I know Brian feels the same way right now.
They could bet a slice of pizza is what I'm thinking about.
You guys are all welcome to come on up.
Yes, cheese or pepperoni and cheese?
How's the back?
Oh, it's great. It's great. Everybody should have us.
Never, boss.
Oh, another day. But with you.
Living the dream.
Cheese pizza? What the heck? Cheese pizza? Really?
Classic.
It's like I'm at a kindergarten party.
What? You didn't like it? No toppings? Not enough toppings for you?
Chuck E. Cheese's.
For all of those on the phone, we had a little bit of technical difficulties. This is Chairman Brown used the opportunity to call a short break while we got back going, so he'll be back in a second and we will get underway shortly.
I was very confused. I was like, what the heck are you guys, skip to a different meeting?
I was quite confused.
You have a hard time going to sleep?
No, I could drink coffee and go to sleep.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Every time I drink coffee here, I'm
Yeah.
tossing and turning.
No, not me. Of course, I got up at, I was gonna get up at 6, but I got up at 5.
My parents were like that. They could drink coffee right up to before. They did. I mean, it was constant. There was always a coffee pot on. We're like, seemed low like tolerance. You can have Ken's piece. He politely declined. It wasn't Chuck E. Cheese in
I see they're all back.
Right, working miracles again.
Well, it's amazing what you can do with the hammer.
Yeah, it appears we're back online. So, please proceed.
Okay, not knowing where people got dropped. The city has already paid 200,000. We need at least 621,000 to get through the 35%. To get through the 65%, we're gonna need an additional $1 million. I know Joy is working on grants to help pay for this, but I can't guarantee, and I don't think she can guarantee that we can make sure everything is paid. But the council is faced with the decision, do you want to stop everything now that we have $250,000 ready to start the construction of the project? Joy, do you have anything?
Yes. Thanks, Glenn. As you stated, that'll get us through 65%, which is through the end of the fiscal year. There are grant opportunities available now through EDA, as well as a couple came out with USDOT. We have to wait till the end of the month for the specific criteria to be available in the NOFOs, because they're all scrambling from the federal money that they're getting to put these programs out with larger funding amounts. And there are some grants that will allow you to submit for costs that you've already expended, and there are grants that will not cover anything previously expended to the signing of the grant agreement. So obviously we're going to pounce on those that will cover expenses, but we are also going to try to get the ones that are aligned with the type of project we're doing, these designs, and the one that we have those that we have the biggest chance succeeding. Also, if you,
in
in regards to whether this is not reimbursed by a a future grant,
I
I just want to take a step back to to remind you guys that, you know, we came to you for the funding to repair the Westfield dock. We have since paid that back in full, and we are at a zero balance for any of the, for anything that we owe the general fund. Nikki can confirm that. And that happened in, I think, like 18, 20 months, maybe less. And with the revenue of the gravel exports increasing significantly, we are anticipating another bonus year this coming season. And if we get the cruise ships, it will be an outstanding year for that revenue stream. I see no complications with reimbursing the city in short order. So otherwise, I'm available for questions if you guys have any.
Can you, Joy, can you quantify short order? Is it 2 year, you know, and I know it's tough to predict, you know, what the budget's gonna look like or the income for the port in the next, beyond the next year, but is it reasonable to think if for whatever reason that none of this is, we get the grants, that it could be paid back like in 3 years? Is that a reasonable expectation, and still fund and still pay for all of your other things that you need to pay for, maintenance, all of those kinds of things?
Correct. Scott, I believe that we could pay that back sooner, but considering, I don't know if we're gonna bump into a repair that we need to make and it stretches out to 3 years, but generally speaking, without anything catastrophic, I think we can pay it back within 2 years or less.
I think the first 200,000, I believe, was paid by a grant. Is that correct? Or not? The first 200,000 to get this started.
Negative. I don't believe so. You know what? Nikki and I've been going back and forth so much with allocating the remaining balance of the grants. I'm gonna have to ask her, didn't we pay that out of the, well, I'll let you answer, Nikki, go ahead.
So we asked for 200,000 more in funding earlier this year. I think it was in October, because the grants were running out. We do have some true-up adjustments to make to the state grant, so it's possible part of that 200,000 could be covered by the grant. I am just finalizing some grant reports this week for the state report, so I can't tell you exactly how much, but the rest of it won't be covered by the grant, depending on what that split is.
And then it looked like we applied for some DOT grant funds last year, hoping that to kind of get the next cycle or the next amount paid, and that did not happen. But you said that there's maybe some additional grant funds that you're hopeful. Are these competitive? Are we competing with other areas? I guess, and you may not be able to answer this, Joy, but kind of looking at probability, if that's possible, to assess probability on getting grant funds for the remainder or a portion of this 1.6.
You know, I hesitate to say we're going to get them.
Sure.
But I also have a lot of trust in Joy and Nikki, but in Joy because she seems to be able to find all of these funds that are available. Yet sometimes we think they meet every part of the criteria. Joy's very confident, and it turns out. But that's why, you know, I do believe that Joy is going to be able to find the bulk of the money, but I'm not going to turn around and for anybody to leave this room just think this is, you know, a done deal, we're going to find grant money for. And that's the only thing, that the caveat what I'm putting out there. But I do believe the port can handle this, basically of what we're seeing. we're anticipating next year to be an extraordinarily busy year. Well, this year for the port, in 22 and into 23. Because that was what was being discussed at the Port Commission on Thursday night. And Joy and Lucas were outlining, unless everything goes off the rails come this early summer.
Sure. What's the bad thing that could happen if we don't? Say, for example, I'm not advocating we do this, but what happens if we say, okay, we're going to wait till we get grants to fund this? The design gets delayed. What's the effect, Joy? Does that jeopardize it? Does it just put it back a year? Does it jeopardize any of the larger grant funding that has already been talked about?
I think, for sure, it would, once the core, let's start here. P&D can only work so long on the design without funding to cover any further, so they would have to stop pending further funds. And when we get to a point where we're holding up the core, then the core would stop pending further funds and the ability for the sponsor to keep up. And ultimately down the road, depending on the length of the delay, it could delay construction.
And I'm gonna add, I think it could potentially demonstrate or question the lack of commitment that the city may have in this, because, when the Corps made the formal decision of the $250 million, that sent a clear message out to people that we are interested in trying to help contribute to the project, that this project has real legs. And if, in my opinion, if we turn around and say, oh, we don't want to fund it, we're not willing to take that risk. And I don't think it's a risk, because I think if the port could afford it, if it was pushed up, against the wall, but I do believe there is grant money out there. Joy and I have talked about it. We're just sending a commitment that the city council is supporting the Port Commission and is supporting our federal partners and state partners now, because we're having discussion with the state partner to see how much they can contribute to that 35% cost that the local share is.
Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Manager, if I can add another point, just to be clear, the $250 million that came down through the Corps, through the WARDA in the Jobs Act bill, that is for the federal cost share to fund construction, the federal portion of construction of the breakwaters and the dredging, just to be clear on that. And one other thing is, I think unless it's mentioned, it kind of slides out the door, and the folks that haven't been with us that long may not recall, but the city actually did really well in being able to attract a number of state grants, federal grants, local grants, EDA, state of Alaska legislative grant, two of those at 1.6. We had Denali Commission grants, we had 2 of those. And we had actually, 3 state of Alaska legislative grants over the last 6 years. So we have been very fortunate to do a great bit of our development, expansions, repairs, and cost shares on grant funding. This is really the first time we've got up against something where we need to keep moving forward, and we actually didn't have a grant to fund that because we just didn't get the gold star on this one. So I just wanted to remind folks of that there a great bit of what the port has built in the last 15 years has been funded by grants.
I think that with the momentum that we currently have with the port, that it would be, I agree with Glenn and with Joy that it would behoove us to keep that momentum going and show support for this further design study for the funding of it, especially in light of the city's financial position and the port's financial position at this point, even without the grants.
Right. And again, because this is coming out of the general fund, right?
This will be loaned.
Right. Loaned from the
It'll
general
come out of the
fund.
general.
Yes, it will. Plans to pay back. And so this won't cause, because we've talked about it, certainly during the audit, that the city's in pretty strong financial condition. We have what's that surplus as a percentage or the positive fund position compared to the size of the community of the city of Nome. So I guess I'll just say this, that there's no expectation, or we don't need to look at increasing user fees. We don't need to look at increasing, either taxes or anything from the general fund or the port fund side to pay for this. Is that correct, Glenn?
Yes.
Any other discussion?
I just put one caveat.
Go ahead.
The tariff is going to go up for the port, but it's not based on paying for this.
It's not due to this. That's exactly. It's due to other issues. I think the CPI adjusted,
Right.
all that stuff. But right, I just wanted to make that point that even if there's no grant funding, and I definitely agree that I think there's a very good chance that we'll get the grant funding to pay hopefully all of it, including funds already spent. That user fees or taxes or anything won't be increased as a direct result of lending these funds to continue the design. Correct?
Anyone else have any comments? Other discussion? So I'll just throw my 2 cents in there. So this, $1 million is a lot of money, but I know that we're attempting to attract a lot more than that, and we've gotten the commitment from the feds for $250 million, which, as Joy said, is to go towards the federal share of the construction, not the planning, not the engineering. This takes us to 65%. The 35% was 200,000.
No, it was actually 881,000.
Okay.
$2,000 down, I believe.
Need another 621.
Yeah, and the other is 621 for the 35. To get it to 65 is the 1 point, so.
And who's responsible for the getting from 65 to 100?
Joy? Did you hear the question?
Yeah, sorry, I had to take my mic off mute. Yeah, I thought you might push that one to me.
Pretty much I knew the answer, but I want you to carry the one.
It's all right. Just teasing you. It's our intention to be able to use grant funds for that or port revenues for at least a portion of that. We also have some other irons in the fire for after the end of the fiscal year in hopes that there's we're working on some options for the state budget.
Okay, and then so that's probably another 800,000 to $1 million.
Yes.
And then that's just the first drop in the bucket. How much is the city's share for the actual construction?
We have a $83 million cost share to the feds for the general navigation features, which are the breakwaters and dredging. And then we have 100% of the local service facilities which are docks and roads and utilities at 64 million. And we're chasing down some potentially good options for that, but everything seems to take longer than you think it's going to when you're trying to work different avenues. It may be that those combined funds of 147 come from 3 or 4 different directions. Yeah, because some of these DOT grants have a high cap. So even if we applied for one in the $3 to $4 million range to complete design of all 3 phases, we would apply for one or two of the others for larger dollar amounts.
Is there
We're
any?
just waiting for the criteria to come out.
All right, cool. So approximately $145 million for the city's share of the construction. Is that what I heard?
Yes. About 147, yes.
The city is, I just want to put the city is not looking at borrowing 147 million.
That was going to be my next question.
When I hear this and I'm going like, ooh, first of all, the city would not have, I don't think, that borrowing capacity anyway. The city is looking at working with the state. We're working with the feds to see if they could lower our cost contribution. We are going to be looking for organizations that will be using the port. Will they want to invest in the port? This could be through P3 projects. As I mentioned earlier, once this award of $250 million, which we all believed and were led to believe was in the budget, but once it was confirmed, that just starts a whole new process that, we're going to be working with Neil Foster, Senator Olson, and see where they can assist us from the state, and talking with Governor Dunleavy and his administration where they can support us through contributions, whether it be in certain, I don't want to say materials, but maybe also, because very fortunate the state is having a very good year with oil proceeds.
These are.
Yeah, I just didn't want to, kind of wanted to get it all out there because tend to get into things where, well, we spent $200,000, but we're going to get grants for everything. Then we got to do another 1 point whatever million, but we're looking at grants, and if those don't materialize in the next phase, well, we already invested 1.6 million. We're not going to drop it now. We need another 10 million to keep going. So I just wanted to hear the plan. Yeah, the total. So it sounds like the total is almost 150 million. And yeah, the city's not going to actually spend $150 million. I mean, they couldn't. So if the funding does not materialize for some very strange reason, I think we have to be willing at some point to say we're not going to proceed. And I don't know where that point is, but I think we need to figure it out at some point, but not tonight.
And I just want to clarify, so it looks like June 30th of this year is the deadline to have this submitted to the Corps, Joy. Is that correct? So basically, this is pretty short order. I mean, that's when the deadline is to get the 65%. Is that correct? Or is that the 35%?
That is just the milestone on the schedule that the Corps wants the 65% information so they can integrate it into their drawings, and then we move toward the 95% level.
I mean, that will start firming up what they anticipate the cost for the construction of the project.
Once they receive our
Once they get up to a
design.
level, okay, this is where, okay, now we're feeling more comfortable in what is gonna cost us. Remember, and Joy always likes to remind me, but, there is a 35% contingency fee, which is an extraordinarily high number. And, and yes, things are more expensive right now, but is that realistic? Because a lot of it's gonna be stone, it's gonna have to be carried here, so it's not like stone is going up in cost, like steel would be going up in cost.
The freight to get it
The
anywhere.
freight would be. So,
Okay. Good enough. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Not seeing any hands raised. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Topcock.
EE.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item D.
R220105, a resolution endorsing projects for the City of Nome's 2022 state legislative priorities.
Motion.
Make a motion to approve the resolution 220105.
I'll make a second for discussion.
Do we have this, city manager?
well, this is for CAPSIS, so we can let the legislature and our representative and senator know that this is what the city would like. I mean, obviously, the 175 million just talks about what we were just discussing. That doesn't mean we're, gonna get 175. The teacher housing, is probably a little high, but we haven't gotten into this. We've been asking the state to see what they could do to assist in the housing project because we know we're at least $4 million short, so that it would be able to be a revenue bond type project where the rents would pay for the cost, but because of supply issues, material issues, when you were discussing this and the school district was here and I was here, the price jumped substantially. And I even discussed, well, take 4 units off, which is the police, but we would still have the police housing issue. And the idea was this project would be developed right where the current ice skating rink is standing, which would make it accessible to the elementary school where the bulk of these residents would be. Plus, it would help the city. We received, or I should say the school district received, a $500,000 grant from AHFC, which has been doing some of the design. We've looked at, value engineering the building as much as we can, but we still come up short.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to finish all of them before. I did have some questions about the housing complex.
And then the last one is if you don't mind, the last one has been the discussion of taking and making where the ice skating rink would be located into a more multi-purpose type facility. That number is very, very rough. I'm more comfortable, I feel more comfortable in discussing the teacher housing and then discussing the port.
So, I'm a new guy, so how do we normally establish these legislative priorities? Does the council have a work session and then sort of talk about it and develop these? is this, I'm assuming this right here is something the administration put together and presenting to us. What's the process? Because, maybe those discussions happened before, but I haven't been part of those. And then also, is there a deadline to get these? I understand trying to get it as soon as in the legislative session as you can, but.
We were just notified about 2 weeks ago that February 1st is the deadline for this year for the CAPSIS to get these for those. This is the state. We're going to have a
Great.
federal priority too. Actually, this is a reduction of what we had asked the previous year. I believe we had 6, and I believe it was funding because we were dealing especially with sexual assaults, and we were dealing with sexual assault test kits not being done by the state. We were dealing with the housing. I'm going through. We were dealing with the port. We were dealing with drugs. And when the discussions were held with the mayor participated in these discussions, what do we really need? What are the top items? Because you're supposed to be ranking them.
Right.
So if there is another priority, this is the opportune time to add it.
Right. So I guess I'm a little uncomfortable in voting for these when I really haven't gotten any feedback or been part of a discussion where we established these. Because I think a lot of people, at least that I talk to, would have some interest in providing ideas for these. And I think it's important. And again, that's why I asked what the time frame is to get these. I would feel more comfortable. And again, I know sometimes we get crazy with work sessions, but having some opportunities to get feedback from the community on this, I think would be helpful for me before I could really feel comfortable in agreeing to it. For example, priority 1. I don't think you're going to get a lot of. I mean, you might get disagreement, but that is a pretty big priority. Priority 2. Well, I'll just go to priority 3. I've never heard of this before, and I guess I would want to understand it a little bit better. What it's designed to do. Is it going to provide any income revenue stream for the city, et cetera? The new teacher housing complex. I've heard some feedback about that. Obviously, increasing cost is one of them. And some of the feedback I've gotten is that, well, what about the city, instead of sort of focusing all of our energy on one city-owned and operated housing complex, what about providing incentives for other landlords and other housing developers, landlords, et cetera, to incentivize them to provide a similar level of housing, those kind of things. And so it would be helpful for me to, hold on just a second.
I was just raising my hand.
Okay. So it would be helpful for me to understand those things, and does it make sense to have a legislative priority, sort of providing incentives, whether it be through HFC or another body, for basically, everybody else to provide affordable housing. One of the concerns that and I think it would be helpful to get an update, and I don't know if Jamie is the person to provide that update, if somebody else can provide that, where are we at? How are we going to fund this? Is there going to be, I've got a ton of questions on it. Are these going to be market rates? If they're going to be subsidized, how are they going to be subsidized? That sort of getting an update on that. I did have somebody mention, if I've got to compete with the city for housing as a landlord, it's time to get out of the business. Fair comment. And so I just want to make sure that, if we're going to use this as a priority, we sort of broaden it a little bit to be able to provide incentives to provide housing, not just for the city to get in the housing business, but for everybody else that is in the housing business. I will acknowledge the fact that I do represent, a landlord in the community. So, but taking that hat off, I think that I've heard a lot of concerns about, the city getting involved in this in a fairly major way into the housing market, and how is that going to affect other landlords in the community? We all want affordable housing. There's no doubt about that. But how is this going to affect, everybody else in there? Especially if the city subsidizes rents. Are we using the revenue bond to subsidize rents, basically in competition with every other landlord in Nome? So,
Well, first of all, the school district already has housing in place. They need additional housing. They need housing near their elementary school as a way to attract people to come up here and teach. Now, they are going to, quote unquote, subsidize because of their other housing will allow them to help subsidize this to keep the rents for the teachers to be able to have a place to come. It will also be built more to updated standards that younger people expect. One of the big challenges that we have here is housing for police officers and finding housing. We have a need for housing in general. I mean, people could come up here tomorrow and build housing. There is a need for housing.
I would ask the question, what has the city done to incentivize development of housing?
Well,
For that very, no, I think it's a fair question.
Well, I mean, I think the question is this, and I've heard these questions say, well, let's adopt, the Pennsylvania model. Well, if you have the Pennsylvania model, you're coming out of a heavy taxed state where you have earned income tax. Locally, the school district has their own earned income tax, which isn't it, the cities do. And what they do in some of these, what they call KOZ zones, okay, we're not going to allow that money to be collected. We're going to allow it to go to a developer to help subsidize it. You have TIFs, tax incremental financing. None of that has been discussed up here. And I know it gets into this question of the balance between private enterprise and the city. You already have subsidized housing up here. You have subsidized housing through several of the native corporations. Here we're looking at finding a house, so someone who wants to come up here, and I'm going to say for the police officer, he or she coming up here knows where they're going to live. It is going to be reasonably priced and in reasonable condition. And I'm a little sensitive on this right now because over the last week and a half, I've been dealing with raw sewage coming out of apartment buildings. I have no place to put the tenants. I have no place to address, there's nothing from an emergency regulation. And where am I? And when I go to the housing organizations, they're saying we don't have any housing. Now, no one should have to live in those conditions. And I would think that there would be people in the private, in private business would be saying, okay, Nome's got a problem. Nome needs housing units. We're going to have the same discussion when we have the port discussion because that's already been discussed. Why have a port? We have no place to put people. So we're going to have housing for the port. And one of the conversations is, and I know I'm going off on a tangent, why not, have quality housing built for the port workers that could be transitioned into housing for the public? But the school district can't keep people. The police department has challenges in keeping people. This housing is needed. It's not to go and compete with John Smith's housing. If John Smith Housing came to us and said, we want to enter into a partnership with you, I think I would be more than open to hear it, but I haven't heard that. All I've heard is, okay, we want to sell you a building that is run down and is not designed really to meet your needs. The other people want to sell us a building with people already in there, and they want us to displace those people. The hospital controls something like 60 units in this city where they control. Now, where they are, I'm not exactly sure, but it's a problem. And I wish someone would come up and say, look, this is what we would like to work with you. We would work with you. But I have not seen that person come, other than they say, we want you to buy my building and displace 20-some tenants. And then that building, in my opinion, doesn't meet current standards that you would want, like sprinklers.
Yeah.
And I'm not, I love to have these discussions with these folks, but, the city has been talking about this for a year and a half now. And the only people that have come up want to sell us existing buildings to displace people. And the hospital is also talking about the same thing from what I understand. Building housing to house their staff. I just don't,
Yeah.
We can talk about TIFs.
Well, like I said, this is a longer discussion that we're gonna have tonight, and I don't want to get bogged down in this issue. Case in point, the city, I hear this a lot because, and I've heard the primary concern is, why doesn't the city offer incentives to construct housing? I mean, it can be as simple as, you know what, you build a housing and you build at least 3 units, we're gonna forgive your property tax for the first 7 or 8 years of the project. Bingo, easy squeezy deal. Those are simple things. I mean, there's a lot of things that they can do, that the city can do, that doesn't take a whole lot of effort and really doesn't cost any money, because you're trying to incentivize it for the future. I hear a lot of that. Why the city needs to start looking at providing incentives to do this. I'm not saying that everybody, I don't disagree with anything you said, Glenn, but to sort of focus all of our energy on one thing that's going to basically take tax dollars, and it's going to be used to provide subsidized housing, because basically have we ever asked developers, why aren't you building housing? Have we ever asked contractors, how come you don't want to build any houses? How come nobody's building it? You're going to get pretty much the same answer. And that answer is, it's too expensive to build, and then to charge market rates are going to be beyond the scope of what public service and most other folks can buy. And it's like, so we focus on this issue. I'm not saying this is a bad issue, but to sort of do this and not provide any alternatives or incentives for anybody else in the industry to do it, I think is a huge mistake. Because what you're doing, by doing this or something similar to this, you're sending a message to the housing market and to the private landlords. They may have a duplex here and there. You know what? It doesn't make sense to do it. If I have to compete with the city of Nome in housing, I'm getting out of that business. So are we sure that this is not actually creating a disincentive to actually build new housing in Nome? I don't want to debate this whole issue. That I guess what I request is that we have a little bit more time to discuss this. So to get to the goal of unanimity on it. That's all.
If the council wants a work session, we can schedule one for this week.
Mark, you had a comment?
I think I've lost my train of thought. No, I think I understand where Scott's going. It would definitely be nice to incentivize people if in this particular project, if it's found that the market rate for rents can be covered by the tenants and by the school district, that same incentive could go to a private builder to go out there and build it with some tax incentives and still get the market rate of rents, which would encourage that. But I know that this project has been brought before us several times before, and I know Jamie came in there, and I've heard some dissenting things as well. I mean, the most recent one is, okay, when's it going to happen? Which I don't know. I don't think we know that yet. right? And that's why we're asking for the state to,
We are asking, yes, we are asking for the state for either an additional subsidy or to allow the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation to help provide more grant funding. You know, and there's a lot of different incentive programs that Scott has talked about. I could go through a whole series of them. And, but this purpose is really to try to get an incentive from the state to help subsidize this. You know, we are going to be reaching out to other organizations for grant funding. We're not just simply going to the state, we're going to other organizations to ask them to help support this project. You know, to support housing, to provide teachers to teach our young people. And that's where this incentive is, to make sure we have the teachers here. And frankly, the police officers.
and just to clarify, our deadline is February 1st.
February 1st.
So I don't want to, not submit priorities because we've got an issue on one or two of them. The likelihood in the past, we've submitted the list of priorities and maybe we get something on one of them, but we end up putting water and sewer as the number one priority, the federal, right?
Yeah, but there seems to be going to be money in this funding cycle for water and sewer grant opportunities to provide water and sewer.
Okay. Anyway, that's my understanding on the teacher housing. Haven't we already gotten some money committed, and wasn't this originally proposed under some sort of a program that had some heavy incentives, I think, from the feds because it was teacher housing?
All I remember is $500,000 from HFC. There was money the school district had, and they anticipated that the rents that would be generated at that time would be enough to cover the cost of the bond, and that we would go through the Alaska Bond Bank, which all would have to be approved. You know, this is not city staff, there's a lot of approval in this. Now that the numbers have become, we're not satisfied, we're going to start looking. I've asked Wendy Chamberlain to see what funding that might be available, what she can do as a lobbyist. And then we're going to reach out to other organizations. We have reached out and just at the very beginning of discussions with some of the tribal corporations and seeing how that this could be, participate.
Okay, and then, so can we, I know Jamie has given us presentations in the past. I don't believe Scott was on board yet. Can we have a work session to discuss this project again? I don't want to, like I say, I don't want to delay this, but Scott deserves to be brought up to speed to at least where the rest of us are on this project. And I think the rest of us can use a refresher.
The school board will be discussing this and other legislative priorities tomorrow night.
Should that delay our action?
I don't think so. I think if you don't want this, you take it off and then submit the priorities with two priorities.
Yeah. So, and then the other thing is, so if we could have a work session at some point in the relatively near future on what this housing project would be, and then also
Thursday.
Yeah, I'm in Anchorage Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Terrific.
And then also something that would discuss or explore the larger issue of housing. And I mean, I'm thinking back to, over 15 years ago, when I was making the exact same comments. There was something that was proposed that was going to be a government-funded apartment housing project, and I was working for Bering Straits Development at the time. We had apartments, and I've been private industry my entire life, so I looked at it from that side of it, and it was the exact same things. I mean, if you've got government coming in and throwing a big discount, artificially lowering the price for one segment or for whatever, then that's gonna that has a tendency to dampen the entire rest of the market if that project is large enough, because it takes some of the demand out of the market. Supply goes up a little bit, the demand goes down a little bit, so pricing is going to go down a bit. That lowers the incentive for private industry to build anything new, and it also makes it more difficult for existing landlords to meet costs. But over the last 15 years, I mean, there's been a few stabs at things, and nothing's really worked. The housing shortage, if anything, has gotten worse. So I guess I'm looking at it now and with a little different colored glasses on or something, but I don't know. I mean, what we've been trying hasn't been working. So we definitely need teachers. We need police officers. So providing some housing, especially as I understood it, there was some incentive to where either some operating costs were covered, or there was some big incentive having it teacher housing and police officer housing. I don't remember the specifics of it, but there was some big incentive to do that. It would only be for that sector. And yeah, I think we need to address the larger picture. I mean, we gave some money towards another housing project for another segment of the population that doesn't really compete with existing. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I think we need to have a work session on this project, like I said, and then we also need to, whether it's at this level or task the planning commission with looking at it, somebody needs to take another look at general incentives for housing in Nome.
I'm cautious about saying something because I don't want to extend the debate longer than, tonight, but, I would just request that, if nothing else, we have an update on this project, understand a little bit of, where we're at in terms of cost, possible financing, funding, how the model is going to work. I mean, when the homeless housing project came, they were very clear on how this was going to work, and maybe I've missed it because I'm new, but just I'd be curious about that. And and I think it's important to talk about these priorities more than just, here you go, vote on it tonight. Let's get her done because the deadline's next week. I think it's important that the community weigh in on it. So I would request that we delay this work session, whatever administration and the council would like to do.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yeah, and I guess I'll say it. Scott, you have missed quite a bit of it. Jamie did. She has had some very good discussions with us about this housing development. And she outlined all that stuff, so I think it would be good for us to go over it again, but, those of us that have been on here have heard all those discussions, and I think it's I think it's a good thing, so just to put that out there as well.
Mr. Chair, just logistically speaking, if you are to pass a resolution prior to the February 1st deadline on Monday, you'll need more than just a work session. You can't take action in a work session.
Right.
You'll need to schedule a special meeting as well.
Yeah, I don't know how the rest of the council feels on delaying action. Councilman Doug Johnson.
I think it's foolish to remove it from our legislative priorities. We have housing problems with all types of public professionals. I think anything we can do to attract these people to our community is well worth our time, our energy, and our money. We have talked this particular piece over for, I don't know, what, a year, 2 years, year and a half at least. I don't favor taking it out, and I don't favor delaying the vote. I believe we should get on with it. And if we need more information, let's talk at a different time, but I don't think it really hurts our legislative priorities any by asking them to put money in a position that makes our community stronger as a whole.
Councilmember Topcock, do you have any comments?
I definitely support the housing project and keeping it on the legislative priorities. I had one question, and I might have missed this at the beginning. My internet's been cutting in and out, but even though the Housing First project isn't necessarily a city-led project, is there room to stick that on our legislative priorities?
They were applying for the funding and the grants, and that's why they had come to you and to other organizations for letters of support and showing the financial support from within the community. I don't think they're looking for this. I mean, we could always call Rhonda, and I'm sure she would appreciate anything that she could get, but I know they had a mixture of a loan, because that was how they were going to pay for it, by the services that they also provided. And then I think they were seeking at least $1 million in contributions from local organizations like the hospital, NEC, and because I know she was at NEC, and I know the hospital, I believe, has done something in the city, and I'm not sure who else.
How much supporting information do you send with these,
But I have to go back and look at what we would be, I've only done CAPSIS myself once, but I can't remember what we had to support.
Short white papers that discuss the priority from 1 to 3 pages.
So it wouldn't be terribly onerous to add that project and get Rhonda to create a white paper?
Well, I had to talk with her staff. Rhonda is out of town right now until January 31st, because another issue has come up and I was trying to get her to help me on it.
And the supporting documentation has to go along with this?
Well, that's, why
It's
are we
part of
asking
it.
for this? I mean,
Right.
Jamie and I are going to have to sit down and go through again and see how accurate we are on our numbers. I mean, it's like you're going to the state and hopefully they're going to fulfill most of your bucket that you need. And that's why, $9 million is much more than what we thought would be the loan amount. The loan amount we thought was going to be about $7 million And with the costs that have been going up would be another 4 to 5 million. Now, if you want to reduce the number, that's up to you.
Okay, so then another question, what would be the downside of adding another priority, just generalizing housing in general? I'm not sure how to phrase it, but
Gerald, what I was going after is where you're headed, and in terms of providing incentives for the construction of affordable housing in Nome.
so can we just
For both.
throw that in there without any supporting documentation?
Well, I think we're gonna have to, I think that you can make an easy argument that we need more housing. We know we're gonna need more housing. But I don't know, I know in other states, there is typically federal incentives and state incentives to build subsidized housing. It's for people who can't afford it. Or when a developer comes in and says he or she, I want to build this, the city can turn around and say, okay, that's fine, but we want 5 or 10% of your housing for market rate or below, so that this is a way for people to be able to live. I mean,
Right.
you have that same problems when you're dealing with resorts.
Mhm.
Sometimes developers come to a city and say, we would like to do this. How can you help us? And my first comment would be, what are you looking for?
Yeah, so there's other also programs that approach it from the financing side, where you can get a super low financing rate if it meets certain criteria.
Right.
And I thought that was part of what we were looking for in the teacher housing thing. I mean, not that we wouldn't still need money, because we do.
Yeah, we were gonna go through the Alaska Bond Bank, which would be able, we would piggyback with other bonds
Right.
and to get the lowest, and we would be using the credit rating that they have. It would not be us going out and having to go through a process to get a credit rating and dealing with the credit rating agencies and to see,
But free money is even better than that, so, yeah.
I mean, the availability of money right now is very low, the cost of money.
It's starting.
Can I make a suggestion? How about we add a priority that says provide incentives to stimulate the construction of affordable housing in Nome?
I don't have a problem with that. Is that a motion? To
Sure.
amend?
Sure.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We,
I want to make sure we have this down right, so I just want to, so when we insert it.
Provide incentives, and again, if somebody can wordsmith this better than I can, but provide incentives to stimulate the construction of affordable housing in Nome.
I like it.
Maybe I clarify, provide state incentives. I don't know if that, is the state priorities?
Yes, this is state
Provide
priority.
state incentives to stimulate the construction of affordable housing in Nome.
And to be clear, this is number 4.
yes.
Um,
Is it?
well,
You want to put it as 3? And
I don't know anything about this multi-use recreational structure, and if housing is as important as everybody says it is, maybe that should be above the multi-use recreational.
Well, we've been talking about the ice rink for 10 years or more.
Sorry, my fault again. I'm the new guy, sorry.
We've allocated tons of money, but it's never been enough, and it ends up getting reallocated elsewhere. It's a project that's been.
So can we make that priority 3 and the recreational structure priority 4?
I don't have a problem with that.
And just remember, you have already, indicated the site where this facility that facility would be located, and you also were still waiting for the building to be delivered there from the hospital. Remember you approved the movement of a building?
Oh, for the ice rink?
For the ice rink?
Yeah. So does the ranking, does that make a difference?
Well, supposedly, the ranking is supposed to make a difference. It shows your priority level.
And I guess I mean, it always takes a number of cycles before anything gets hit.
Through the state legislative priorities or here?
Yeah. So with any
I was
government
gonna say,
thing.
but
So,
here, I get it.
I mean, we've been working on this ice rink thing for, like I said, over 10 years, 10, 15 years.
All I'm doing is, everybody says this housing is a priority. I absolutely agree with you. So I think it probably should take priority over an ice rink. I apologize to all the hockey guys out there, but it should be at least priority 3, if
Quality
not.
of life thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes a lot deeper than that.
If we can get this priority in here, I will support the legislative priorities.
Well, if we put it as
Well, they're
priority,
the sole nay vote.
You're becoming a politician right off the bat.
All right, so,
Tough school.
you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see the ice rink go away. I don't think that should be a legislative priority or a state priority. I think the Sportsmen's Association needs to start spearheading that. We've given them land, we've spent plenty of money trying to figure out how to build this thing, and I think we need to put it in their court. I obviously support the housing and the poor, and so yeah, I don't see the ice rink on this myself.
Shouldn't even be on there.
That's what he said. All right, well, let's address that after, because we've currently got a motion on the table for an amendment. So the amendment is to add the language that Scott provided. Does anyone have further comment on that amendment? Motion. Doug?
Maybe in addition to that would be the potential for growth in our community as the court is developed. Maybe we can somehow incorporate that into the statement that Scott provided.
So Doug, you mean like due to the growth expected or the need for housing, due to the Port of Nome expansion, this is a priority or something to that effect? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, on top of what the things that you already said, I think that is going to add increased pressure to the housing market in our area. And it's not going to make it any easier for people already living in places that cost too much. So I think your general overall plan, I'm just thinking that's one more carrot to hang out there to whoever's trying to rate these things.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You okay with that?
Yeah, also, yeah, I mean, as a second, also the port is, I think has in a pretty positive light right now with the state legislature too, and so maybe adding that might be the incentive for them to actually do something that would benefit us overall, community-wise too.
Are we ready to vote? Did you have something else, Doug?
Sorry, I don't have anything else. Still got my hand up though, sorry.
Anyone else have any discussion on the amendment?
And for point of clarification, we're just talking about adding this additional priority. We're not talking about, as
Replacing.
mentioned, replacing the the multi-use. We're not voting on that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Motion is only on, the motion to amend is only on providing state incentives to stimulate the construction of affordable housing in Nome. And point of clarification, where are we adding in the port language? Due to the port.
Port development.
Might I suggest putting it at the end to support port development? Due to.
Does that make it too narrow focused?
No, I mean, we've got priority one right there, so I think to answer Brian's question, due to the anticipated need for increased affordable housing in Nome, we support the and providing incentives to stimulate construction.
All right.
Whatever makes most sense.
Is that
Okay.
clear enough?
I think I'm clear.
Okay. Roll call, please.
On the amendment, Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Topcock.
EE.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Motion to amend carries.
Do we have further discussion or further amendments?
Under discussion, I'd like for us to keep the multi-use facility in there mainly because we don't have a lot of incentives for youth to be active in things other than the rec center, and there are a lot of youth that use the existing skating rink, and if we move it up to the rec center, it'd be good to encourage them by having a better facility to encourage more youth to use it. That's why I'm in support of it.
So this is a covered skating rink, is that, I'm sorry.
Basically.
Yeah, it's basically.
But they call it multi-use because
And so basically replacing the skating rink that got moved for the teacher housing project and then putting it somewhere else and putting a building over it. That's the.
Yeah. Councilmember Martinson, do you have an amendment?
I don't disagree with that. It's a great thing for the community, and it's just the city running it is the only thing I have. I mean, it'd be nice if the outdoor association would decide to take it over. I mean, I know it's obviously a good thing. The ice rink, my kids have used it forever, and I'm not gonna not support it. But if somebody else wanted to actually run it, it would seem like that would be a great thing for the city because we have enough stuff to deal with at this point. That's all I have.
All right, so again, as a new guy, so does the Sportsmen's Association, I assume is the organization that's kind of promoting this, or do they have the funding to do this? Like either, I don't know what they're, I'm assuming it got on the city roster because the Sportsmen's Association, I don't know if they have pull tabs or anything like that. He's shaking his head yes, you're shaking your head no.
They used to.
I thought
They didn't renew it this year and because it was so little in the past, and when the city, they had a little bit of funding, and when the city went to 7% sales tax, it made it even more disincentive for they're going basically backwards on the pull tabs thing, so they decided to get out of it.
But I agree with Adam. I mean, if they have the ability to sort of raise funds and everything and do it on their own, the last thing the city wants to do is be involved in running an ice rink. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. They got lots of experience. They know what the kids want. Rock and roll, let them do it if they've got that ability. And if they're not requesting the city sort of get involved in this on their behalf, let them run with it. And then if we look at sort of granting them money separately through, whether it's through the allocation of the NSDDC community benefit share and stuff, I think that's probably the best way to do it. Maybe the city can just grant them the land and let them run with it. Adam, is that a reasonable thing?
Isn't that what we're doing now?
Well, the city.
That's what we did. We gave them the land up there and said, hey, bring your stuff up here. And
We didn't give them, I don't want to use the word gave them the land, we allowed them to use the land where they currently are. When they came and Chip Leeper has been working with them and trying to get them organized, and I think, I don't want to get too far out of turn, but one of the reasons why we recommended that they develop a long-term lease for the building was to give them an asset that they could leverage in getting grant funding to help support the redevelopment of the ice skating or the skating rink, or however you wanted to, hockey rink. There has been discussion about having more than one season event up there. Do we have basketball? And do we have the screening that prevents a lot of dust coming in or snow coming into the facility because they hand shovel it? They're still organizing certain issues, and if I had known this was going to be the discussion of the topic of the night, I probably would have sat down and talked with Chip on this. I mean, this is a small, in the scope of things, this is, I mean, this.
Totally agree.
This could be, they could be seeking monies from the Rasmussen Foundation, NSCDC. I think the city also in its budget allocated some money to them this year. So there's avenues, but Chip is trying to keep them moving forward because they're changing, their organization is changing itself.
Can I make the suggestion that, we really look at trying to help this organization sort of get this done? We continue that focus because I don't think anybody disagrees. It's not a popular thing for kids to do, and maybe remove it from the state legislative priorities. So we have 3 priorities we really focus on, and we don't distract from what I think the really core key issues are: is support and housing. And so if people are agreeable to that, I would suggest, kind of along the lines of what Adam said, removing the multi-use recreational structure from the legislative priorities. We have the 3 other priorities, and then we really focus at the local level at trying to help this group get this ice rink up and going. That'd be my suggestion.
We've had, cities had 6 to 10 items on there in the past.
Yeah, they have.
And you kind of get the eyes of certain legislators that may be big into recreation that year or whatever, just in case. Or whatever.
That's fine.
I like to leave it on there.
That's fine. It's not a huge issue.
Councilmember Tucker.
I agree with Scott. I'd like to take it off.
Councilmember Tucker.
Did these have to be specific, like capital projects, things that we're needing money for, or can we group these under themes like port development, and here's a project under port, housing is an issue, here's some things under housing that would alleviate, and then having one about youth and mentioning, one avenue or one project towards, whatever. And I get this is making more work, and this is probably a lot more than we've intended to spend time on, but I'm wondering if in the future we need to have a work session on a regular basis so that we don't end up in a meeting right before the deadline, sitting here for an hour plus discussing all of this.
And in prior years, we have had a work session related to the state and federal legislative priorities before the meeting, and typically the lobbyists would be in attendance. I'm not sure what happened here as far as why this is more of an emergency kind of thing. But at this point, it's coming up towards 10. I'd say my inclination would be to not make a whole lot more changes and a lot more work for the staff.
So right now we have the 4 priorities.
Right, unless there's an amendment to change that.
you want to do something, make an amendment. Otherwise, it's just talk.
I mean,
Mark, would you support
it's
removing
what
number
it
3?
boils to.
Would you support removing the ice rink?
No.
Never mind.
But other people might.
I'm not gonna go down that path. Leave it as is.
All right. Last chance. Any further amendments or discussion? I don't see any hands raised. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Doug Johnson,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock.
E.
Motion as amended carries.
Thank you. Utility manager report.
I was gonna suggest another new business item.
Good evening, Ken Morton on behalf of your Gnome Joint Utility System. Fortunately, over the last couple of weeks, it's been fairly quiet on the operational front. So mostly just have project stuff to talk about here. Last week, we submitted a grant application for a battery energy storage system that would help us make greater use of our wind energy. The grant is to the Rural Energy Fund. It's something the AEA is soliciting grant applications for. The amount of money that's going to be available, that'll all be figured out by the legislative session. So we're going to have an early ranking scoring, but then we're going to have to match it up with money. And we'll have pretty good sense near the end of the legislative session. Electric meters. We're in the process of swapping out electric meters in town. We're about 40% done. All the meters in the outland areas have been done. We're focusing on the core. And, not really NGU, but it's interesting. DOT's current project schedule for construction would be Fort Road would be 22. In 23, they're looking at doing both Sepulveda Drive and Center Creek Road. And 24 would be Stedman. Just information. Any questions on anything NJU related? Scott.
I don't dare, I'm sorry. I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
City manager's report.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be very quick. I met with the Bering Strait leadership team, which is basically a quarterly meeting, and that's with Coeric, the housing organizations and everything else, and the hospital. I made sure that they knew of the meeting on February 2nd at 5:30 to discuss the issues of alcoholism and whatever regulations. And we are going to be putting an ad in the paper this week on this. I just want to make sure everybody knows we typically post it on Facebook, on our Facebook page, and we do post it around town. And we ask the chamber to get it out amongst its members. So, we try to make sure on this information it gets out. We were awarded a $69,000 grant from the Department of Health and Social Services. We are looking at, for some instance, buying a new stove and range for the rec center. Because if anybody's been up there and looking at it, it's in about as poor shape as you can expect. We're looking for something at the fire department. There are limitations on this grant, and I want to thank Marguerite, who's been working very closely with me on this. Starting Friday, there are going to be COVID test kits available for pickup for the residents that may want them at the recreation center, where we'll also be having, we hope, our KN95 masks are in, our surgical masks, which we do have a supply of, and children's masks. So this will be a location that people can go and pick this up because they have the longest hours of all the city operations. I did look into the trash situation, and I know it's still going on. I talked with Alaska Waste. They've had a major turnover of personnel. I've heard other complaints, and they were responsive to our calls. They also told me that no extra bag fees were being levied in the months of December and January. So we're just going to have to follow up and making sure, if anybody has a trash complaint, forward it to City Hall and we'll try to handle it. You may not be aware, but on Friday, where the handicap ramp is at the recreation center, the roof fell off. And it appears it was never properly constructed in its first place with the proper hangers and everything else. Fortunately, thank God, no one was hurt. So that is going to be on our list of repair items to get that back up. Right now, the ramp is closed off until we can get it fixed. We've had issues of raw sewage, and that is this is now the fourth time since I've been here. We have someone who either can't afford to fix their property and they're renting it or living in it. And, we were working, I spent a number of hours on this. Councilmember Johnson sent me pictures. We're talking with the family at this point. But we don't have a place, I don't have the leverage to order them out. And I think this is something we have to talk about because not only is this sewage affecting the immediate property, it's affecting the adjoining properties. And I can tell you, if Cliff has spent 40 hours, he spent 60 to 70 hours on this. And I've been on the phone on weekends with the family and everything else, trying to get someone in there to get it fixed. But this is not the first time we've had this raw sewage issue. So I've asked the attorney to look at potentially drafting an amendment to an ordinance and I know the issue of property rights is very important to people here, but so is the health. I want to thank NJUS, which has been going out there and putting lime down. And we are fortunate that the weather is freezing this stuff right now. But it is a health problem. Thank God this is not the summer months when we would be dealing with this. So that's pretty much what I have. I know we've been here pretty lengthy tonight, so.
Any questions of the city manager?
Good.
Comments?
I have a comment. Sorry.
There you go.
Well, I just want to tell you that I really appreciate the reports that you asked for the staff to send that in. I think that's really helpful. As a council, we haven't always had that. I think it's really helpful.
Well, we want to get for you to get them quarterly. We've been talking about trying to move monthly, but there's always seemingly some issue that has to be dealt with.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I did want to point out one thing, and also I wish the chiefs were still here because I'd like to thank them for the work that they have done as far as responding to cases and things like that. I'd like to also encourage you to encourage them to spend more time down in this area to assist with, not necessarily as a punitive thing I said, but assist with the issue that we have. And what was kind of a little bit alarming to me, or is alarming to me, is there's a grant written for helmets and shields that they reported in their report. And I would hope that the small town of Nome would never, ever need to utilize those tools. Hopefully it was only for an insurance thing so you can put it back in the closet, and that they would consider sticking those things away, and that we would never ever have to be at a point where they would be considering using those tools or need to use those tools in our small town. And I think we should focus our grants on things that are more pertinent to our particular policing. Also, one more thing with regard to the police is I think that we also should have a holding cell. Again, I think I agree with Kenny Hughes, who did make a statement that we need to hold people accountable. But I also think people, in doing that, part of holding accountable would be to incentivize some, for them to get help as well. And having a place to bring them to would really be helpful. I know that we have on police below the post office, I think there's a couple of cells that were previously used by the city at one time. And maybe there's other places that we could look at to help assist with that problem.
Well, I don't disagree, especially since the youth facility has been taken offline, and it was probably a mistake when the police station was designed that there was not some type of holding facility designed into it, but there is also a lot of liability in that, and I can have that from firsthand experience. The police chief has been talked to about making sure we have a present down here. We're also looking at the CSO program, and the grant that they received that money was actually from a grant in January of 2020. And there was a whole list of things that had a far higher priority from my perspective versus what the state elected to pick out and grant the police department. And, and that was, this was the money they gave us, and this was the money for the particular item. Because we had even asked for vests, and they didn't even fund the vest. But we worked through JIA to get funding for the vests. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. That was low on the totem pole, and they gave us the low on the totem pole.
Councilmember Martinson?
Yeah, I just, I know we skimmed over it and a couple weeks ago I missed a meeting, but what's the, I know that picking up trash is it's part of our city responsibilities. Is there any more of the discussion to figure out what's going on? Because it's been quite a big deal on the public. Besides just saying we've talked to them.
Well, the next would be going to the agency that regulates them. That we're.
Have you guys, has anybody called Waste Management, like their upper ups, to say, hey, things aren't what they're supposed to be up here?
I spoke to their regional manager who oversees this area, and he was actually up here when I spoke with him. It's an example where all the information was in one or two people's heads. They left, and there's no documentation, and they literally had to put together back the operation. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, even as I say it, it sounds ridiculous. But I will go back. One of the issues that was brought up at that meeting with me was that people were being charged for extra bags because of the service problems. And that was the immediate issue that I went and discussed with them. And they assured me that was not happening. No one was being charged for larger than normal pickups because they could not guarantee that they might not have missed somebody. Then the issue was discussed with them. Okay, what are you doing to address these problems? And they said, well, we're communicating with our customer base by phone and by Facebook. And I said, okay. Now, gathered in my own that they're still having problems. The only thing that we can do is, because remember, to get a good price from Alaska Waste for everybody, you agree to collect it versus them contracting directly with the customers, and that's not unusual. But Alaska Waste, as my understanding, is also regulated by the state in what they can do. Their contract, while maybe with the city to ensure a price, I don't have the capability of telling them how to run it like I would have in certain communities. So now, if you're still dissatisfied, we should go to, the Utility Commission and say, look, this is unacceptable. In 2 months, what can you do to address the issue? Or I can ask them to come to a meeting, which we do a lot, and ask them to report directly to you.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I know the crew they have right now, short staffed as they are, they're doing an awesome job, but it's not enough. So I was just wondering if there was something we could do to try to motivate and get more staff up here. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, it's just heard a lot about it from quite a few people. So just checking.
I mean, let me do this. So let me talk with the attorney and see what other motivations can be done. I don't want to discuss strategy in a public session with the council at this point, but let me reach out also to them. I know I spoke with them the day after your meeting on the 17th.
Thanks.
Any other comments, questions for the city manager? Okay, we'll move on to citizens' comments. Any members of the public wish to comment at this time? Nobody's left. All right, on to your council members' comments.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
No, I don't have anything at the moment.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
I wish that Kenny Hughes was still here, because I did want to commend the Planning Commission for the work that they do in town, and because I know they put a lot of effort into that. And again, make a plug for us as a city to hire a part-time planner / part-time economic development person to work with the Planning Commission to help make plans for our future.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yeah, I'll reiterate what Mark just said. The urban planner would be nice. Somebody to help us figure out what we need. Thanks to Nikki and her crew for great audit that they did. And the snow removal crew. Working hard. Yep. That's all I got.
Councilmember Topcock.
Just echo everybody else's comments. That's all for me.
Councilmember Brown.
No comment.
Councilmember Henderson.
Sorry for making the meeting go so long and ask so many questions. I did want to request that we do have some kind of a work session regarding housing. And, we don't need to specifically focus on the teacher housing project, but just in general, because I'm really focused on providing and the city being able to provide incentives for the construction of affordable housing. And I think we talk about it a lot. The reality is we haven't done anything to incentivize it that I know of. And I think it's important that we do that. It's a priority for me. So I hope we can get a work session on the books to do that and come out of there with some specific recommendations on how we do it. Not just another work session, but specific things and I'm not going to belabor that point. The other thing is a couple of sessions ago, I think when we had the homeless housing presentation, I asked if this project was going to wind up on the city tax rolls or not. You may not have gotten that information yet, but I still am curious on that. Again, we're providing incentives to get taxable properties on the book. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
On to you, Acting Mayor.
All right. So, under mayor's comments, I don't. Is there an activity? No, it's a verbal. He's not here.
I think he had an appointment.
Yeah, I was just trying to decide whether I wanted to make another comment, but I will anyway. We've talked a few times about holding a work session on changing the ordinance related to elections. And I don't want us to forget about that. I know that when we talked about it last summer, there wasn't, the will of the council was not there to proceed with the specific recommendation that we were proposing. But I still believe that that the lack of participation in our election process indicates a strong need for some sort of revision to the process, and whether that's, 3 of us are in one precinct and elected by that one precinct, and 3 of us are in the other precinct and elected by that precinct, or whether there's some other method. I think we need to hold a work session to just have an open discussion first without a prepared anything. Just an open work session to discuss options for betterment of the election process. And I'd like that sooner than later, so that if we do come up with some sort of changes, we can put them into effect for this fall. If we wait till summer, we're not gonna have time. So, we've got the budget going on and all of that, but I don't wanna neglect this. So that's my comment. And then we have a reappointment of Ken Hughes to seat G of the Nome Planning Commission, assuming he still wants to be on there after tonight, which I firmly believe that he does. So I'll entertain a motion at this time to reappoint.
I'll make the motion to reappoint Kenny Hughes to the planning commission.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Doug Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Topcock. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Don't believe we have an executive session. Entertain a motion for adjournment.
Make motion.
I don't think we need a second. But if we do, Mark.
Yep,
Second.
definitely
Good job, Mr. Mayor.
We are adjourned.
Yeah, but you've held some really long meetings. I'd really encourage you to.
Yeah, I like it.
There's a lot of sarcasm in that.
Maybe we could come up with a gag rule or something after.
I kept waiting for Ken to throw something at me.
Not the only time I ever gave public comment at the utility